by the progressive left and also by Russian nationalists to this day, actually. But what about neoliberalism in a more analytical and a less normative sense? Now, Quinn yesterday mentioned the Apple and Ornstein definition, neoliberalism according to the Economic Freedom Index. I had read this too a while ago, but I was wondering if this is very helpful, because it kind of takes us back to a definition of neoliberalism as the same as a free market economy, as liberal capitalism. So where is the neo then, as Mark Blight was asking yesterday? I would find it more helpful to stick to a more specific definition, the one that Quinn has offered in his book. And there will be a definition that includes not only a preference for free markets and free prices, but also the notion that you need a strong state to create and defend these markets. And a definition that includes neoliberal skepticism about too much popular sovereignty, and the definition that includes this specifically neoliberal skepticism about the pretense of knowledge, of this high modernist optimization schemes, of social engineering, a rejection of equilibrium theory. So a definition that is clearly distinct from neoclassical economics. And if you apply this definition of neoliberalism to the Soviet context, then we find neoliberal ideas that develop and that are discussed in the Soviet Union from as early as the early 1970s. There are strands of thought that emerge from Soviet mathematical economics, and we can retrace these discussions today by looking at a small economic samizdat, so illegal publishing and underground publishing in the Soviet Union, and we can reconstruct this by looking at internal memos that circulated within the Soviet Academy of Sciences. And there's a small circle, but still a very active and later somewhat influential circle of people who discuss very pro-market, pro-free prices ideas from the 1970s. Economists become very critical of the idea of optimizing the planned economy with the help of cybernetic theories, which is a very popular thing in the 1960s and the early 70s. And there are Soviet economists who become very critical of equilibrium theory also as early as the 1970s. The roots of these ideas in the Soviet Union is not so much that they were reading Hayek and Friedman. Some of them did, but some of them did not. And also it seems that really there was not much of an influence on their thinking via the input of Western neoliberal literature. It was much more their engagement with the Soviet economy, a perception of crisis in the Soviet economy, but also a perception of living through a crisis beyond the Soviet Union, a kind of a crisis of industrial modernity. And so what emerges is discussions on a crisis of neoclassical economics, both in a capitalist and a planned economy context, and an active rejection of Western social democratic or convergent theories that some Soviet economists talk about in the 70s. There's also an engagement with the theoretical criticism of planned economy by East Europeans. Most importantly, Janusz Kornoy's work is read widely in the Soviet Union. And there's a discussion of authoritarian transition models as they are now seen in East Asia and in Latin America. It's mostly a thing of the 1980s, but importantly, there's this perception of, yes, we want to become like the West economically, but the West cannot offer a transition model how to get there. And then models like the one of Chile or South Korea become interesting. All of this happens before any Western advisors come to Soviet Union or Russia, obviously. And so the ideas are there, but the thing is they don't really have any political relevance until the end of the Soviet Union. Obviously, there's no influence of these ideas in the 70s and early 80s. During Perestroika, Gorbachev occasionally invites some of these people and then they have conversations, and afterwards Gorbachev says these people are crazy, we cannot listen to their advice. And then the neoliberals return the compliment, just to say these ideas are completely politically irrelevant until the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's only in the early 1990s that some of these ideas become politically influential, as some of these people become ministers of finance, minister of the economy, and advisors to the Yeltsin government. Now, my second point: should we call the Russian political economy of the 1990s and 2000s neoliberal? There is a popular notion that the dismantling of the socialist economy in the 1990s was an ideas-driven process. So if you read the books by Naomi Klein or the chapters on Russia in these books by Naomi Klein or Joseph Stiglitz, the story that they present is that of an ideologically driven shock therapy that dismantled the planned economy. But I think that these accounts get the actors and the basic chronology of the Soviet collapse wrong. It was perestroika that led to political and economic collapse, and the country had gone to pieces in 1990-91. And this had nothing to do with neoliberalism, no matter how you define it. It was a result of the utter failure of reviving socialism during perestroika. And the 1990s transition, I would argue, is not so much the story of neoliberal reform, but a story of neoliberals and others reacting, often quite helplessly, to processes around them that they could not control. This applies to, for example, the social catastrophe of the 1990s, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. There was declining growth rates, there was reduced life expectancies, cuts in healthcare, but all of this really had its roots in the crisis of the 1970s. It was then massively exacerbated with the failure of perestroika. And it was not something that neoliberals caused. It was something they inherited when they got to power in the early 1990s. And of course, you can debate whether what they did to tackle these problems was the right thing. Just to say it was not they who were the initial culprits of this crisis. As for neoliberal shock therapy, if you define shock therapy as a quick application of price liberalization, privatization, and austerity, then Russia did not really have shock therapy in the 1990s. I oversimplify a bit here, but the economic reforms of the 1990s were largely a reaction to ongoing processes, not their instigation. There was price liberalization in early 92, which turned repressed inflation into open inflation. But I'd say it was less ideologically driven, but out of a perceived necessity. The state had lost control over production, the official distribution system had collapsed, shops were empty, and cities were on the verge of a famine. Black market was booming. And initially, the neoliberals had planned a gradual liberalization of prices, something they had been discussing since the early 1970s. But under the impression of this dramatic shortages of the winter of 91, they decided to deregulate prices immediately. Privatization, too, was a process that had begun already before the neoliberals came to power. It was a process of industrial elites and Communist Party elites taking personal control over the enterprises. First, by using legal loopholes of the perestroika reforms, and later often by going together with organized crime. And the process of privatization took almost a decade in Russia, so it's not exactly a shock. It was not exactly a shock approach either. As for austerity, I don't think you can say that there was anything remotely like austerity in Russia in the 1990s. The Supreme Soviet, sort of the Russian parliament, was controlled by industrial and agrarian lobbies, and trillions of rubles went as subsidies into inefficient companies in the 1990s. It had a positive effect that the companies did not go bankrupt, and unemployment rates were relatively low in Russia throughout the 1990s. Negative effect was that it stoked hyperinflation. Large parts of these subsidies actually never were put into these companies at all, but they were put into foreign bank accounts by corrupt managers. It's only after the 1998 financial crisis that we can speak of a conservative fiscal policy or austerity in Russia, really, which then becomes characteristic of the Putin regime later. So, instead of thinking of the Russian political economy of the 1990s as a process of an application of a neoliberal shock therapy, I think a more helpful denominator would be that of a bank run. It was a bank run because as the state and the economy were collapsing from the late 1980s, economic elites tried to grab as much as possible for themselves. This is the directors of state enterprises, this is well-connected communist youth officials, and this is importantly KGB agents. It's not so much neoliberal economists, even though a couple of them became rich and turned into oligarchs as well, but they were rather the exception, actually. So I would say the problem of Russia in the 1990s was not so much laissez-faire economics that pushed back against the state. The problem was not so much either that there was no state to stop the stealing. The problem was that large parts of the state were complicit in the stealing, in the robbing of the country. And the ideas of those in government, if you want to put it a bit provocatively, were relatively irrelevant for this process. So the neoliberals were not the driving force of this process of disintegration, rather they could only react. My final point on Putinism. Is Putinism a form of neoliberalism? And no, I don't think so. I don't think Putinism is a form of neoliberalism. If you want to put a moniker with neo to the Putinist economic system, then it would be a neo-patrimonial system. So from the beginning, the siloviki, so the man from the military and the security services, tried to get back control. At the moment that Putin takes over as president, the new regime tries to get back or gets back control over media, it gets back control over the legal system, the courts, it gets back control over the opposition by political maneuvering, later also by killing oppositional figures. And the new regime tries to get back control over the commanding heights of the economy, especially the extracting sectors. And the goal was the recreation of Russia as a global power, but also a larger share for the KGB, or the successor organization, in the state-led plundering of the country. So the question is now, why do some people still think that this is a neoliberal system? A lot of people have argued along these lines. Lately I read Branko Milanovic has said this has characteristics of neoliberalism. And David Harvey obviously said it's a form of neoliberalism, but also progressive leftists in Russia, some of them also see this as a form of neoliberalism. And I think this is to do with some, I'd say, rather superficial resemblances with a neoliberal system. So some neoliberal economists remain part of the system. Some even, initially, all of them did, but some did. And they were included in the system because initially they were important for the self-representation of the regime vis-a-vis the West, as a kind of a reassurance that Russia would maintain a free market system while they still needed foreign capital. And these neoliberals were mostly put to kind of second-tier positions over the years, and lately they have basically disappeared from most positions in the system. A famous figure who quite late left Russia was Tobias, a key figure of the 1990s, who a couple of days after the invasion of Ukraine left Russia for Turkey. Some of the reforms in the early 2000s, to be sure, looked fairly neoliberal. There was a monetization of social services. There was the introduction of a flat tax, which sometimes neoliberals themselves present as a neoliberal success story. There's conservative fiscal policy. There is labor discipline through vertical political control, or police state, if you will. But if you take, characteristics like low income tax, conservative fiscal policy, vertical political control, if you consider this as sufficient characteristics of a neoliberal state, then the Soviet Union would have been a neoliberal state as well. You had a discussion yesterday, I was listening, about the edges. How long does it make sense to still speak about a neoliberal system? I suppose here we are beyond the edges of where it makes sense to talk about a neoliberal system. The Putinist economic system clearly has elements of capitalism. Enterprises work for profit, there's a financial market, labor is fully commodified, but I wouldn't say it's free market capitalism. I think we need to put a different qualifier here. You can call this state capitalism or crony capitalism or KGB capitalism, mafia capitalism, pick one. But I don't think it's a neoliberal state. It's not a state that upholds a competitive order. It's not a state that makes a distinction between imperium and dominium. It's not a state that grants reliable property rights. There's nothing liberal about this system, I would argue. Not classical liberal, not neoliberal. It's an authoritarian system deeply rooted in the Russian patrimonial tradition, in which making money and possessing things is not a right, as in a neoliberal system, but it's a privilege. It's a kind of a sinecure granted by the political leader and then revoked as the political leader sees fit. And this applies mostly to the commanding heights of the Russian economy, obviously. The parts of the economy that are considered less relevant for political power run more like in a free market economy. It's kind of similar to what Isabella was saying about China yesterday. I would just add that we should probably be careful with statements that this reassertion of political power via control of the commanding heights is done for the sake of the well-being of the people. I'd say this is rather done for the well-being of the political elites and for their entrenching or for the entrenching of their political power. Okay, I'll wrap up. Was there neoliberalism in Russia? I'd say yes, if we see it primarily as a set of ideas. There were, I suppose there still are, some people in Russia who held such ideas which were similar to the neoliberal credo in the West, even though these ideas emerged largely from within, not as a copying of Hayekian or Friedman-style neoliberalism. Was there ever such a thing as a neoliberal state in Russia? Was the economic transition a neoliberal one? Or was there at least the ambition behind it to create a neoliberal economy? As I explained, I think I am rather skeptical about this. It's always a problem if you put rather diverse development paths in the post-socialist countries into the same box, and then you put the label neoliberalism on it. You always run the danger of over-homogenizing rather than explaining the specificities of each case. And just a final word on the notion that somehow neoliberalism led to the current course of events in Russia and in the war against Ukraine. And David Harvey seriously argued like this in the first week after the invasion. In my view, this is kind of the economic equivalent to the notion that NATO is to blame for Russia. This is just nonsense, frankly. Thanks very much. I look forward to your comments, questions, and criticism.
Got him here, Mark.
You got them there? Oh, that's the left.
Well, maybe I'll start with perhaps an obvious question that, and hopefully not an unfair one. It goes from the assumption that you have been following some of the discussions about reform within China, and maybe specifically Isabella's recent book. How would you, if forced to sort of do a broad stroke comparison between, can you hear me okay? Should I speak more clearly? Okay. I guess the question is about comparing the sort of internal reform processes in late Soviet Union with People's Republic of China in the 1980s. How would you, in broad strokes, compare the sort of development of these debates? Do you have some theses about that?
Can I answer right away?
Yes.
Okay. And your question is about the difference in the debate. I suppose if you look at the differences of the debates in the Soviet Union and China, we also have to take into consideration that these are fundamentally different economies in the 1970s and 1980s. And so the Chinese experience is not particularly relevant for the Soviet neoliberals because they don't have much contact with China, they don't know too much about China, and secondly, the Chinese economy is just a very different one from the Soviet one. So there isn't much of a discussion of what is happening in China. And at the level of debate, I'd say the difference is, judging from I have of course read Isabella's book. I think the debate was included a lot more people in China than it did in the Soviet Union. These debates that I look at, this is really just this is a handful of people. This is perhaps 40 to 50 people in the Soviet Academy of Sciences who come up with these ideas. So this is really a very, very limited, very small group of people. And my sense is that the debate in China was a much larger one that included many more political figures also. Whereas in the Soviet Union, until the end of the Soviet Union, this was a very limited group of people with no access to politics. So they tried a bit to get influence, but their contacts to politics were very, very limited. They were partly because they were too young, they were not connected well enough, and also the project of reform under perestroika was just a very different one from what they had in mind, which was a much more radical deregulation of the economy, and not as the idea of perestroika was the revival of socialism. So I think these are the key differences.
Thanks very much. Super interesting chapter. And I have a comment in the question. The comment is on the comparison between Russia and China. And I was very struck by the fact that rather than pick potatoes and hide in small towns in Russia on the Snake Hill, the counterparts of this economists interested in markets in China were paid by the state to do research and chart out potential scenarios. So I think if we zoom out, the fact that China had an institutional structure of that was massively liberalized compared to the Soviet Union is one of the most striking findings from this conference for me. The fact that it has been thought for a very long time that China was completely stifling, and there was no room for thinking, etc. You would risk a lot more in the relatively more liberal Soviet Union than you would risk in China in the late 70s, and even more so in the 1980s. So it was a very striking comparison that came out from Isabella and your work. And the question is about some of the claims you make in the chapter, especially in the first part, when you talk about the generation with Nikolai Shmelev and Gaidar writing in the mid-70s and their criticism of Soviet planning. And some of the observable implications associated with neoliberalism there that include a criticism of centralized planning, the demand that state monopoly and foreign trade be given up, joint ventures be encouraged, etc. They would sit very well with, say, I don't know, a social democratic interpretation of a better alternative rather than with neoliberalism. The latter writings that you elaborate on in the 1980s clearly are more readable or more conventional understandings of neoliberalism. But this particular part, if you criticize planning and states' control of foreign trade monopoly, that doesn't make you a neoliberal, does it? I wonder if you can elaborate on that a little bit, because not any criticism of, is János Kornai in the 70s a neoliberal? I'm not sure. In fact, he would very much reject that label. So I wonder what your reflections on that are, on that first part of your empirical sections. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess most people would reject the label neoliberalism. It shouldn't necessarily keep us from applying it.
Of course. But the question is this neoliberalism? I mean, is criticism of central planning neoliberalism?
It's not sufficient, obviously not. But my point is more that there are ideas that emerge that it's not only a criticism of planning, it's also almost an obsession with the free prices that emerges in the 1970s out of mathematical economics in the Soviet Union. And this initially is not even so much turned against not against planned economy. It's about optimizing the planned economy. But with these cybernetic and mathematical models that they have in the 70s, they also know that they need free prices, or prices that reflect the value of goods that are produced in the Soviet Union, because without free prices, they can't calculate And so there's a strong interest in having free prices. And this adds up over the years. Ever more elements of what then can be called a neoliberal creed in the 1980s come together. And I think at some point, this really is no longer congruent with social democracy. And from the late 70s, as I mentioned in my talk, some of these people actively start criticizing Western social democracy, which they see as the culprit for the crisis of stagflation in the West. So it emerges from mathematical economics, and then there's a transition. There's also a generational story here. So Shmelyov is of a different generation than Gaidar. And this first generation of mathematical economists, they still think very much within the system. And this new generation becomes more critical and develops a much more fundamental critique of the planned economy and of neoclassical economics overall. So they become much more radical in the 1980s, but it's a different generation. So you have to look at different people here.
Thanks.
Thanks again for taking time to do this. I'd like you to elaborate on the perestroika glasnost era as being the era of collapse, because that's something that we don't hear a lot about. The standard story has industrial indices and financial indices, life expectancy indices, collapsing after 1991. And you're saying that basically the system they inherited the crisis. That was not the moment of crisis. So if you could elaborate a bit on that, that would be super interesting. The second one is, I entirely agree on the sort of, if you will, lazy ideational explanations of Harvey to a certain extent, but more importantly, Klein and others. But I'm wondering if you remember Janine Waddell's book from 1993, Collision and Collusion, where she sat in the middle of the Harvard Institute for International Development, watching public money going awry and very much telling a kind of story of active neoliberalisms who were not endogenous, who were imported from the United States and who very much had the ear of the Yeltsin government. So I'm wondering how that fits into what you're saying too. Thanks.
With the question on perestroika and collapse. There's an interesting divergence. If you talk to Russians about this, and they all share this view, they know about this, which is also the reason why Gorbachev is a deeply hated figure in Russia, and is very popular in the West because we have different perceptions of when the collapse actually happened. And it's also not a very contested thing that I just said amongst historians of Russia. It's just in the literature on neoliberalism, the literature on IMF activities and so forth. This is usually a story that only starts in the 1990s and does not take into account what was actually happening in the 70s and 80s in the Soviet Union already. So if you look at the historical literature on the late Soviet Union, you find all these figures for decreasing life expectancy, for health sector prices. You find it all there. It's not a particularly novel argument that I'm making. And the other question was about collision and collusion and the role of Harvard and of the IMF in the privatization of the Russian economy. The IMF was not involved in privatization at all. And there's the story of this Harvard group, which often pops up in the literature. And the story in this literature is that these Harvard guys got together with a couple of the most radical Russian neoliberals, and they came up with this plan of voucher privatization, and then they implemented this with Yeltsin's authoritarian politics. The thing is, again, if you look a bit closer at the late Soviet Union, if you look at the economic samizdat of the late 70s, early 80s, and there are books that circulate on how to privatize the Soviet economy. There's a book that comes out in 81, I think, by a guy called one of these mathematical economists that works for Gosplan, and he writes a book in 81 on how to privatize the Soviet economy using a voucher system. So these ideas are there already, and then are implemented in the 90s once they get access to politics. And this is not something that they take from Harvard. Naishul, by the way, just a side comment, is also one of the staunchest defenders or fans of Pinochet in the Soviet Union in the 1990s, and the reason is because they realized once they are advisors to Yeltsin, once they are some of them ministers in the governments under Yeltsin, they realized that the executive power in the Soviet Union in Russia is very limited. State capacity is very low. There's a lot of resistance from interest groups, from parliament, and then they get back to these authoritarian transition models which they had seen in Latin America and in South Korea at the time. Short story. Long story short, just to say, most of these ideas that actually became policies in the 1990s were there before already, and they're kind of forgotten or not discussed in much of the literature on IMF in Russia and the neoliberal transition.
Thank you for the presentation. So you mentioned about how the 1990s does not need to be seen as a neoliberal shock story, neoliberal shock therapy story, but more of a bank run where a lot of economic elites were like they're grabbing whatever is left, including some Communist Party officials, but not that many neoclassical economists. So it was very interesting to hear that, and I wonder if you think that reasoning is sufficient enough to prove that, how to say that this is not a neoliberal story just because Communist Party members, former Communist Party members were there as well. Just because of their social position, their power, their occupation, it does not necessarily link with their ideology. I mean, as we can see from, China and a lot of other cases that we talked about yesterday, there could be people who are in the Communist Party, self-claimed as communists or whatever, socialists, but are completely committed to capitalism ideology. There's a book written by David Kotz, a political economist, about the collapse of the Soviet Union called Revolution from Above, in which he argues that in Russia, it was a coalition between the party-state elite as well as the intelligentsia class. So they later form a pro-capitalist coalition in a way that pushed forward, the more kind of liberal, shock therapy kind of reform. But starting from the perestroika, as you're actually mentioning, where the economic crisis really started, productivity decline and all that, in which he was arguing that actually that for the Communist Party members, right, it was to their benefit to transition the economy into a capitalist one, because their power, their wealth was very much associated with their party position, which is very unstable, right? They could be fired in the second day or something, but only by securing it in the private property system would it actually sustain. So in that sense, it's to their interest, to a lot of people's interest within the Communist Party member to push for a capitalist transition. So I was wondering if you can comment a little bit on that part of the reasoning where you cite about, the choice of former party officials in the period of the reform as the evidence on whether it's neoliberal or not. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Whether you want to call this process a process of neoliberalization or a neoliberal transition is, of course, entirely up to you. You use this term, you have to define what do you mean by it, and then you use it or you don't. And my point is just, I don't think it makes much sense to use this term if you define neoliberalism as mostly a set of ideas, because I think this transition was not ideas driven. These elites did not do this transition. They did not become. It was not them reading Hayek or Friedman and then changing their political ideology. It was more of it was a power grab. It was a grab of wealth in a process of disintegration of a planned economy. And you're completely right. The overwhelming majority of industrial economic elites in the late Soviet Union were pro-capitalism because they saw for themselves because they perceived the benefits for themselves in such a transition. So capitalism, most definitely. I just really don't really see the point why we should call this neoliberalism. But it's just a matter of how you define these terms, I suppose.
Yeah, I would agree with a capitalist transition for sure. Yeah.
Yep. Then we agree.
Yeah, thank you for this very interesting paper. two quick comments on the idea of how all of this connects. I think that the idea of a bank run is actually exactly what Naomi Klein is arguing, because in the moment of shock, this is when basically the floodgates for these kind of bank runs are open, and when you can do exactly all these all these processes of grabbing and so on that have been described. On the question whether there was contact with China, between China and Russia in the 1980s, I think it's worth remembering that Chris Miller has written a book that basically argues that the Russians have debated the Chinese ideas in great depth. I would like to kind of unpack three levels of analysis that we have here. I think we have the level of ideas, as you have been emphasizing, then we have the level of actors, and then we have a level of what kind of economic analysis do we use when we analyze the outcomes of transition in Russia. On the level of ideas, I think it's extremely interesting to see that both in the Russian case as well as in the Chinese case, we see that people who basically come out of mathematical economics transition very easily into neoliberal thinking, which connects to a paper that I actually have in that volume, which is on the reception of the socialist calculation debate in the 1980s, where this obsession with calculation ultimately makes for a very smooth transition from Mises via Lange to straight out neoliberal kind of ideas. And this is a transition that not only happens like in terms of on the level of ideas and the development of economic arguments, it's also a transition that happens in a whole range of biographies. And it sounds like this is something that you also find in the Russian case, which I think is extremely interesting. Then you argued that without free prices, you cannot calculate, which is a statement that Mises makes. So in that sense, at this moment, you have bought into the neoliberal economics in analyzing what you're analyzing. So in that sense, you suddenly buy into the economics logic of neoliberal theorizing itself, which then I think makes for a very bumpy path where you can very easily slip into a neoliberal kind of framework for your own analysis. Which brings me to the level of economic analysis. You then say, well, there was repressed inflation in the 1980s, which meant that they couldn't do anything other than liberalize prices, which meant that they had to go nuclear with price liberalization in December 1991, which is the argument that Milton Friedman makes in the transition from World War II to the post-war economy. This is like exactly the sequence of economic reasoning that Milton Friedman develops in his analysis of the post-war transition, where you also had the question of how to move out of planned prices into a more market-based kind of system. It's also exactly the kind of analysis that any kind of quote-unquote neoliberal or monetarist economist would make when trying to understand the hyperinflation. So in that sense, at this point, you have bought into the neoliberal economics in analyzing your own case, and you have given up on any kind of alternative economic reasoning that could explain the hyperinflation, the ways in which it came about, which then leaves you with a narrative of saying that, well, price liberalization was a choice without choice. It was the famous there is no alternative because you had repressed inflation. So at some point the day of reckoning must come, which is exactly what all the neoliberals and also many market socialists ended up arguing, based on the same kind of economic reasoning that rests on the idea of the necessity for universal prices and on straight out monetarist macroeconomics. And I think no matter what kind of disagreements we have on what is neoliberal or not, Milton Friedman and monetarism, we can probably all agree that this is pretty neoliberal. Which leads me to the last point, which is the whole question of slow privatization. Well, whatever you read by quote-unquote neoliberals writing about shock therapy in the 80s and 90s, I haven't seen a single one that argues that privatization can be universally very quick. There's a almost universal agreement, even amongst the most hardcore committed shock therapists, that privatization will take time because you can liberalize prices overnight. That's the whole point why the Big Bang is so central. But you cannot privatize a whole economy. They are invoking the example of Thatcher, who took several years to privatize the, by comparison, small state-owned sector in the, by comparison, small country of the United Kingdom, which means that you can, just as a matter of sheer feasibility, not privatize the whole Soviet economy overnight. But it's not only a matter of feasibility, it's also a matter of basic logic, where, as I've just been discussing with Quinn, as it so happens, within the neoliberal paradigm of reasoning, there is a priority on the question of free prices and the necessity for price signals in coordinating the economy as a whole, whereas there's a certain degree of flexibility in the realm of property rights, in particular in the realm of private property. So even Milton Friedman, when he was visiting China in the 1980s, was quite happy with the Lange type solution, since he saw this as an intermediate kind of step. One quick comment on the actors. There is this whole fascinating, and I think this is really fascinating debate around how these mathematical economists that came from socialism ended up being neoliberals and had ideas that were very close to what neoliberals think before the arrival of Sachs and Harvard, the Harvard group and the IMF and so on, which we see in a whole range of cases, right? This is not a Russian story. We see this in China. We see this in Eastern Europe. We see this time and again. Now, you have these different layers of actors that play a certain role or not. But I think just because it wasn't Sachs that ultimately said this is what you should do, doesn't make a step that we, from a perspective of monetarist economic analysis, can very clearly and sharply identify as a monetarist policy prescription that reoccurs in so many different kind of settings as non-neoliberal. Thank you. Sorry for this long-winded comment, but I felt like it was necessary to clarify these points.
I think that these are mostly comments, and I think fair points, and almost all of them. Just a couple of additions to this. One is on Chris Miller's book on the impact of China on reformers in the 1980s in the Soviet Union. This is a different group of people that are influenced by China in the Soviet Union. So Chris Miller's point is that the economists behind Perestroika, so the reform socialists in the Soviet Union during Perestroika, that they were attempting something very similar to Perestroika, to Deng Xiaoping's reforms in the Soviet Union. This is a very different group of people from the people that I discussed. These are not the neoliberals. It's an older generation of economists, and these are reform socialists and not neoliberals in any way. So, and also there is a discussion on Chris' book, which is convincing in many ways, but there's also a discussion whether he doesn't exaggerate the impact that China had on these people, because he looks at a very select group of experts in the Soviet Union who eventually did not have too much impact either. The story of the self-justification of the overnight price liberalization, and this is of course the story that they themselves tell, that they had to do this in '92 because there was the necessity to do this because the cities were on the verge of famine, which is true. So. Whether this was the right decision to do this or not is not something that I can judge. I'm not an economist, and I suppose also amongst economists you will get very diverging opinions on this. And so I can't get into this discussion. I just don't know. But what I can tell you is that until very briefly before '92, when this decision was made, the discussion on price liberalization was always one on a gradual transition to free prices amongst all these people. This is something I know. This is something I can read in the sources. Why eventually they took this decision? Was it the urgency of the moment, or was it the influence of external pressure? I tend to think it was more the former. You would probably say it's the latter, but I guess. We can have different interpretations of this. Privatization takes time and could still be called shock therapy, which I think is a fair point. But I still think it's problematic to talk about shock therapy if you don't have this element of austerity. And if it's only price liberalization, I think it makes more sense to just talk about price liberalization and not shock therapy if at the same time the state spends these trillions of rubles. That was it, wasn't it? Or was there something else? No, I stop here.
So I want to thank you for that talk. It gave me certainly a lot to think about comparatively with Brazil. A question, a comment. I wonder, though, if we risk sort of fetishizing or reifying neoliberal sort of self-conceptions if we say, well, it wasn't a neoliberal transition because it's not rooted in neoliberal ideas. Isn't the part of the criticism of neoliberalism is precisely that when it's actually put into practice, it has these effects of, well, somehow favoring a handful of people, right? So in the 1990s, when Brazil goes through this serious process of denationalization under Fernando Henrique Cardoso, where very prominent state enterprises are sold off for pennies on the dollar, favoring very few people who are already doing okay and well off and have these connections. Nobody is citing Hayek or anything like that. But it's absolutely understood by everybody sort of what context this is happening in, this denationalization. So, they might not call it, well, we are the neoliberals who are doing this in the name of neoliberalism, and these are the ideas that we're citing. But I wonder if we risk letting them out of the muck, right? If we don't actually say, no, this is what happens when you actually apply these ideas, right? That it benefits people who are already well-connected and doing fantastically well. So I take your point. You said that we can call it neoliberal if you like, but yeah, I just wonder if there are sort of political implications if we don't call it that, simply because gangster capitalism is something distinct from neoliberalism. But that's precisely the critique of neoliberalism, is that it ends up producing these outcomes. So, I suppose more of a comment, but if you have any thoughts on that, thank you.
I think I just take it as a comment, because I think it's something that was said before. It eventually boils down to the question how we define what neoliberalism is. And I kind of wonder if there's something to gain analytically if we label all kinds of free market capitalism as neoliberal, and if we don't over-homogenize and really lose the sense of what the specifics of different cases are.
I would just argue that there is a specificity, which is this moment of denationalization, that is something we can trace in commonality, Latin America, Eastern Europe. Anyway, that there is a kind of specificity that we're talking about there. It's not all free market, but this process of denationalization, of claiming state resources and putting them in private hands, that is a kind of specificity that, and I know it's a question of definitional argument that we don't necessarily need to agree on, but yeah, I would just argue that it's not apples to oranges, right? That it is apples to apples. And, I wonder if we lose something by not drawing that line. Anyway, but thanks again.
Yeah, I have a question that is like a departure from this stuff, but might be kind of related. It's easy, I think, to kind of shit on the 2005 Harvey book about neoliberalism. But if you go back to his work in the 80s, where he's kind of talking about the beginning of this, it's much less about ideas. It's much more about the crisis of Western capitalism and the inherent contradictions and so on that I think gives way to the eventual analysis of Hayek and Reagan and Thatcher. And so I was really compelled when you were talking about how this crisis in Russia or the Soviet Union was happening already, right? And that in the 80s. And I've been thinking about, there's this analysis of how Western capitalism had its own crises that gave rise to this. I wonder if there's an analogy. I don't know very much about the Soviet Union economy, but the analysis is there's too much emphasis on industry. It had run its limits. The profit rates were falling. Same thing was happening. I think an analogy could be made about the Chinese economy as a planned high industrial economy in the 60s and 70s as well. So I wonder, is there another way to approach this, which is to say not about the ideas, not about the sort of intellectual networks, but about the sort of shared contradictions in terms of the sort of industrial economy of the Soviet Union, is that giving rise to the crisis that you're talking about, that is happening in the 80s, perestroika can't fix it, and the 90s is when you have the reaction after the fact? I don't know, does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I can just take this as a comment. I agree. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to say.
Okay. Fair.
Let's take the last one. Last question. Who wants it?
I have one more.
Yes, round two.
So yesterday we were discussing the Brazilian case, and we were discussing that in certain situations where you have harsh distributional kind of conflicts, that inflation can actually be a way to basically achieve austerity. So and achieve very rapid redistribution. So how about that argument in the Russian context?
So you would say that there might be an interest in having high rates of inflation for what exactly?
So the idea is the prescription, of course, goes you impose austerity and then you do price liberalization and everything will be fine because you're controlling the aggregate level of demand, right? So therefore you allow for adjustment of relative prices without having the general price level spiral out of control, right? Now you are saying that basically with the Russian price liberalization, unfortunately, they did not do austerity, but they spent all these rubles on the economy, which then basically is what turned this price liberalization into hyperinflation because the austerity part was lacking, right? However, I mean, first of all, we have very wide-ranging cases of evidence that austerity on the macro level is not suited to control inflation that is like enormously sectoral, that is like a hyperinflationary process that comes out of cost push dynamics. But that being what it may be, we were discussing the Brazilian case yesterday, where basically inflation, if you have very high inflation and wages are typically rising slower than prices, this means that you have a very fast process of redistribution that basically underpins all these direct grabs. Pardon me? Okay, then we just leave it at that. I just thought it was an interesting connection with the monetarist ideas in the Brazilian case and how inflation basically was this catalytic moment that happened time and again, understood from Margarita's paper. But then maybe we just leave it at that.
Can you hear me now? I think the connection was gone. Well, I know the connection was gone for it.
So Tobias,
am I back on?
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Just a quick follow-up on that China-Russia comparison. One of the claims in your chapter is that these people were not analyzing the problems of planning as in planning as an idea was necessarily bad, but it was such a Potemkin village in the Soviet Union that it was useless. Now, in the Chinese case, it appears that planning was not such a Potemkin village, that it was a quite mighty sort of political economic institution. Is it true actually that that Soviet Gosplan was so useless and so undermined by these administrative arrangements at the provincial level that it was rendered a totally useless weapon, and therefore Isabella's title in her book, How China Avoided Shock Therapy, should not be addressed as a contrast with Russia, simply because Russia's Gosplan was not the Chinese China plan. It was not something that was working, whereas China's plan was working, and therefore it was easy for China to avoid shock therapy because it had a more usable instrument. So, I mean, you're basically presenting the views of dissident planners about Gosplan, but I wonder if that view is shared or there is a way to adjudicate those claims, whether indeed there was no point to fix the Gosplan in the first place. Because if that's the case, then indeed China and Russia are completely different stories and there's no point of the comparison. So is that the case? Was it a Potemkin village or was it not? What's your view?
little bit out of my comfort zone. I'm not competent to answer the question whether Gosplan was reformable in the 80s or not. As I said, I'm not an economist, and I also sort of doubt that economists would be able to answer this question. What I can do is tell you the views of those people who were working for Gosplan in the 1980s and the kinds of ideas that they were discussing. And there was an ever widespread notion amongst planners and people in the research institute of Gosplan that all these plans that they were doing in the center in Moscow did not really translate into economic activity on the ground in the factories in Soviet agriculture. And this they learned because they actually go there starting in the early 1980s. I write a bit about this in the paper. So there's ethnological studies, there is sociological studies on the effects of planning. How do these plans from the center translate into the actual economy? And they believe to have found out that there is not, that the Soviet economy has already ceased to be actually planned. And then what they have instead is a very inefficient and very corrupt, what they call administrative market. And this is the notion that becomes influential in the center of planning, and this leads to the fact that by the mid-end 1980s, large parts of the staff in these centers of planning have lost their belief that this system is actually working and is reformable. And this is something I can tell you because this is something I can read in the sources. Whether this objectively was a system that was irreformable or was reformable or not is something that I can't tell you. I don't know.
Hello? Yeah. I just wanted to go back, not necessarily to Tobias' question, but a question that we might all reflect something on. We were acknowledging that there are many different sources, like there are many different sort of ideological, if you want, or ideational, if that is a word, of these different projects. And I was thinking of the questions that both Isabella and Andre were saying. Does it matter? Why does it matter that we have these different origins? And I was just thinking, well, it might matter, I guess you both were saying, well, it doesn't matter if the effects are the same. It doesn't matter what the source was. If the effect is the same, who cares where the origins are, if they come from this or from that or whatever, if the effect is always the same. But I was trying to think about why doesn't matter. And I think it does matter because a lot of the things that we were asking about was, well, what is the intention? What is the intention behind a particular project? What kind of society were the people imagining? And I'm just thinking about, sort of the case of Brazil or something, and I'm just thinking, well, not sure many of these people imagined the society that it came about later. So I think in that sense, it does matter, like this connection between ideas and these effects. Just thinking about, your paper here, but also the comments that we've had about these different sources.
Thanks. Perhaps let me add another reason why I think it does matter if you think about the roots of these ideas and where neoliberalism in the Russian case came from and where these reforms of the 1990s originated. And this reason is to do with contemporary politics in Russia, because there's a very strong narrative that is suggested by the current regime, and that is that the 1990s was a moment of Russian weakness, which was exploited by Western imperialists, and that these reforms of the 1990s were imposed on weak Russia by the West. There was a conspiracy to keep Russia down. So this is an inherently political story here. And I think it's, I know it's a wrong story, because the ideas of these people who were behind these reforms were not just the execution of something that they were instructed to do by the West. It grew from the Soviet system. I think this is very important to keep in mind. It's a very, has a very immediate and topical political relevance, I think.
Well, I think that is a brilliant place to end it. Thank you for this great opening session for today, the second day of the conference. And we wish you were here in person to share the rest of it with us. But thank you, Tobias.
Thank you, and take care. Bye.
An unannounced 5-minute coffee break. Yeah.
I got my job.
So morning, the problem is morning.
I had to buy one here and one in Boston. That helped with the FPL.
Yeah, I could. I mean, I have been having this argument with Jim for years, and I mean, it's just a very small fish in this like very big pond of together.
Hi, morning. How are you? Good. Yeah, I'm not using slides or anything. Oh, okay. I'm just plugging in my laptop so it doesn't die. I'm just going to read from it. Awesome. Thank you so much.
No, we can just meet up. Alright, I'll stop. Cool.
And I mean, also he made it very clear that there was no alternative intellectual thought. He was saying that himself. So, okay, I mean, like, if you don't have an alternative intellectual thought, you're pressed to do something overnight. You are likely to do whatever these people are saying, right? Whether you actually quote them or not. It doesn't matter. These kind of connotations. I'm not a Russian scholar, but I
In some ways, the fact that it's not being cited speaks to us. The water that's with it.
It's their common sense of how to
Right. Yeah, and also in David's book, David was saying the people at the time was
I almost said to your point, I consider neoliberalism
Your point about using the same
context.
But I mean, it doesn't work without it. It doesn't work without it.
I mean, this is what I'm
Oh, it was a little awkward though, I feel like. This is the most vibrant story in
And also, that's the thing, right? So, essentially, most of these people,
Oh yeah, yeah, this was a very good point. I mean, they don't have to have
they
a
frame that
very
as
functional
like this. So basically, the crisis.
As long as you're starting
Because I think somebody has eggs in China. didn't necessarily realize that like you have sort of the diagnosis of the problems of the elections coming from this discipline. What did they say? And he says that I don't know. I mean, it's massive verification.
Yeah,
It's really
but I mean, also
Stockholm syndrome.
you're part of the gospel, right? Like, okay, you say gospel didn't work. Like, it was basically imaginary, right? It didn't work. It was completely ineffective. Then in 1990, like the whole thing collapses. There was no neoliberalism involved, whatever. It just collapses. Then we get like the biggest GDP decline, like on record in modern history. And but what happened? But what happened? I mean, if gospel didn't work, then why did
It was a suppressed crisis. It was suppressed.
Somehow you asked me about the basis of the position in that book. It's not about how it is within these organizations where the whole germination now or the trust and fair system, they're the ones who are operating this way. So I think it's the clearest example of, yes, they are undergoing this transition to their leaders, and then of course there are even the people who are in the system are going to say
yeah, and I mean, it not working, and there being no other alternatives to completely kill it. I mean,
I do think it's fine. There could be many alternatives, not just one. I do think it's fine that we don't have to say it was imposed in Russia. It could be still like organic, but there's not a reason not to say neoliberal.
and it's not a new point. I mean, many people have made
It's the point is made to exactly, and it's made like really too strong. It's such a risky thing to say that maybe because we don't like defining this as a purely exogenous process, and that it has some. I mean, it's in a way. The chapter could have the value of saying there was a resonating frame. It doesn't say a resonating frame is not a theory and it's not a political process.
Right. They're readily accepting the
Like they were softened to these ideas, sure, okay, but who was it?
I mean, there's also this, we can see very clearly in my case, like, yes, for sure, there were types of policies that are behind us, but there's also this whole micro-socialism, right? If you are the guy coming out of Gosland, you think Gosland is shit. And then there comes this fancy guy from Harvard with the bow tie and the newest thing, like straight from Harvard, you know, which is like kind of the mecca of Western modernity. Then you suck up to this person. So there isn't
Exactly.
it's reinforced, sorry to put it in such a banal language, but I think
It's an asocial story, right?
Hello. Hello. Ready to go. Ready to go. Apparently not. People are still leaving. My authority just crumbled. Exactly. Well, I guess we'll be waiting another couple of minutes then. Everyone's just decided now, oh, I need to go for a pee. So they've all buggered off.
It's also the call to order comes and you're like, wait, I didn't do anything.
I know, exactly. I didn't get any coffee. I need to go for a pee. Excellent, excellent. All right, we move in now to our session on India, and I'm delighted to have our special guest star who has literally flown in from the West Coast overnight. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Jason Jackson, who is the Ford Carter Assistant Professor at MIT. And also in this discussion, of course, is our great friend Patrick Heller, who probably needs no introduction, but if he does, he's a professor of sociology here at Brown. And that's my lame introduction. I will pass over to you. Thank you very much.
So thanks so much, Mark. Thanks, Quinn. Thanks, everyone. So sorry I wasn't able to join yesterday, but really excited to be here today. So the ideas so the discussion so far has been really fabulous. And the ideas that I'll share today are largely drawn from my book manuscript in progress, tentatively titled Moral Orders of Capitalist Legitimacy in India. And what the book does is it focuses on the rise and evolution of economic nationalism in India. Looking first at how these ideas emerge as part of the anti-colonial response to British rule, And then continuing with a discussion about how ideas of economic nationalism have evolved since independence and remain powerful forces in shaping the contemporary Indian political economy. The main claim, though, is about the increasingly central role of private capital in the economy, as distinct from state-owned capital, typically favoring particularly modern forms of domestic business, family-owned, domestic big family-owned business houses, but also not outright excluding multinationals. So my sense is that from parts of the conversation that I was able to follow yesterday is that there was also an emphasis on nationalism that maybe aligns with some of the positions, some of these positions. So this may tie into some of the earlier discussions. So this is by way of a sort of brief introduction. So for those who may not have had a chance to read Aditya's chapter, which was posted in the folder, I really highly recommend it. It makes a bunch of novel interventions in the literature on neoliberalism in India, particularly tracing a small but important link to the Montpellier Society. The key point here from Aditya, though, is that there's a link, but it's really not key to understanding the Indian case. And with this, I totally agree. In terms of speaking to the literature on the rise and spread of the diffusion of neoliberal ideas, I would also add to this that even though by the time we get to the 1980s and 1990s, you certainly have in India a certain set of US-trained economists that occupy important technocratic positions, and they do play a role in bringing some of what we may think about as sort of neoliberal economic ideas to bear. But the India story really is not one of technocrats. So Aditya and I think are very much on the same page here, but rather about broader and deeper politics. And this really seems to align, it seems, a lot of the discussion over the course of the last day or so. Aditya's chapter also contributes to discussing a conventional view, which is a kind of popular view in the media and so forth, that liberalization in India began in 1991. So I'll pick up on this by arguing first that we can trace the roots of neoliberalism in India to the 1960s, and I'll do so a little bit later on by reading some excerpts from the book. Second, I'll argue that we should pay attention to the political embeddedness of neoliberalism in Indian political culture. And third, and relatedly, that it's useful to think about the rise of neoliberalism in India as a story of the rise of market culture, which is not something I think has been discussed quite as much so far, I think. Okay, so what do I mean by neoliberalism? This is the dangerous thing of trying to define neoliberalism, right? All right, so I'm going to say something. I'm going to give it a shot. So when I say neoliberalism, what I mean is how states seek to achieve their political objectives through market mechanisms and market actors. So this is kind of like what political scientist Steve Vogel recently has referred to as marketcraft, so meaning the kind of myriad rules and regulations through which a state operates through market actors. So it's not about free markets, which I think has been said many, many times, and less regulation or less state. That's not what neoliberalism is about, but rather more rules. But so for me, it's about the state working through the market. And I think neoliberalism for me as a kind of concept is useful in this respect. So what I try to argue in the book using the India case is that the policy break that heralded the rise of what we call neoliberalism, the break really was with statist developmentalism. So that's the distinction. Statist developmentalism of the Nehruvian period, as I've already mentioned, it significantly predates the kind of 1991 moment that is often used as the key period or the key turning point in India. So in India, contemporary politics, this is even like everyday politics, is centered around fundamentally, I think, the idea of economic reforms, by which I mean these continued attempts to dismantle the economic system that was put in place by Nehru following independence. But this is kind of amazing in many ways, given that these efforts have been ongoing for about 55 years, right? So this is a long period, but this sort of story of reforms and liberalization is sort of constant in Indian politics, both at the elite and the sort of mass levels. The current tension in India is between two systems, both of which I would describe as neoliberal in the sense that I've talked about before, that they don't rely on free markets, but rather on the state working through markets and market actors in particular ways. So again, this is distinct from the more explicitly statist modalities of societal governance in the Nehruvian period. Both of these systems are also similar in terms of their broad macroeconomic approaches. So the India story is not one like Latin America or Eastern Europe, where we'd focus on, say, hyperinflation, stabilization, and so forth. That's not the issue in the Indian context. However, despite similarities between these two systems that I've noted, they're otherwise quite different. So let me name them. So the first system I described, and this is sort of general, this is not just my own characterizations. The first system can be described as secular developmentalism. So this is associated with the Congress Party, with Nehru, And in recent times, it's increasingly taken on a kind of liberal rights-based framing. So when you think about social policy, for example, it's about the right to food, the right to work. So this is in the more recent period of the 2000s and early 2010s when Congress was still in power. Crucially also, it seeks to encompass all Indians across caste and religious divides. Now, this is a long-standing tradition, this sort of secular developmentalism is a long-standing tradition that goes back to Nehru and even earlier anti-colonial agitations. And it's a big distinction from Hindu nationalism, to which I'll now turn. So the second system is Hindu nationalism. It's associated with the BJP. It's centered much more on explicit promotion and lauding of private capital, large and small. The private capital also plays an important role for Congress as well. I'll come back to that. But for the BJP, this is very much the party of sort of like the Banyas, right? So these are like small and medium-sized, or sort of the idea of small and medium-sized enterprises, traders, etc. As well as it's about social support through the language of empowerment. And so this is kind of gets to what I mean when I talk about sort of neoliberal market culture. So it's about empowerment, not status, welfare, and not rights. Right? So it's a different kind of, it offers a different kind of relationship between the state and the public, a different kind of idea of citizenship. Specifically on this point, sharp lines are drawn around who is the public, so the idea of who is the public, who is a legitimate system, based on some of these economic characteristics I just described, but also very explicitly anti-Muslim and Hindu nationalist exclusion. Right? So this is a fundamental part of the BJP generally and sort of Hindu nationalism more specifically. In this respect, current Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of democracy in many ways sort of really highlights this kind of foundational opposition in contemporary neoliberal thinking, that is between the state and its kind of coddling of the public on the one hand, so this is like the welfare state if you think about it in the North Atlantic context, and sort of citizenship as market participation on the other. And so here I've drawn ideas from Ritu Birla in laying that out. So this is a kind of key distinction between these two systems. Both are very much neoliberal. They both rely on the market, but in very different ways. So now I'll turn for most of my remaining time to tracing the roots of Indian neoliberalism to economic crisis and political turmoil in the 1960s that stem from the disappointments of statist developmentalism under Nehru. And so this idea that statism, developmentalism under Nehru really failed, again, is really an animating sort of political and highly politicized idea that persists to this day. In the 1960s, it led first to a left authoritarian and to some extent anti-capitalist turn by Indira Gandhi, Nehru's daughter. And then I'll say a little bit more about how the rise of neoliberal market culture can be traced to Indira Gandhi's return to the prime ministership in 1980, when she adopted a pro-business, as distinct from pro-market, approach to reforms. And crucially and finally, appeals to communalism that are closely associated with the BJP, and again, I think fundamentally tied to the kind of market turn and sort of rise, this intertwining of political culture and market culture, appeals to communalism that are most closely associated with the BJP in many ways began with Indira Gandhi in this period of the early 1980s, in promoting what I'll call, and this is kind of similar to Aditya as well in this chapter, aspirational consumerism. All right. So let me turn now to the sort of talking about the sort of roots of neoliberalism and sort of economic reforms in India. So in 1964, Jawaharlal Nehru became ill and died after holding the office of the prime ministership consistently since independence in 1947. So Nehru was very popular, and his legitimacy as the architect of independent India had served to consolidate the new Indian nation under the aegis of secular nationalism and socialist planning, which is very much has to be within air quotes. So India in its socialist period was not socialist in the sense of concentrated state ownership right across the economy. Private capital was always an important element. Nevertheless, rhetorically socialist. However, India's disappointing post-independence growth record meant that the dominant Nehruvian policy paradigm began to appear vulnerable even before his death. Though the Indian government had achieved much in the area of heavy industrial development and the creation of an array of elite institutions of scientific research, so think about the IITs and the IISs, which everybody probably knows about these days, mass poverty during this time had increased over the period as economic growth became stuck at what became pejoratively known as the Hindu rate of growth. Economic policy disappointments in the first 2 decades of independence were compounded by a humiliating military defeat to China in 1962, another second war with Pakistan in 1965, and a major drought in 1965-66 that severely impacted food availability. The 65-66 drought came at the worst possible time for India. The impact of a sudden 17% decline in food grain production was exacerbated by the reduction of the US PL 480 food aid program, as the Johnson administration sought to punish India for its outspokenness against US imperial activities in Vietnam. The situation was exacerbated by overseas purchases of food grains for hunger relief, military arms, and capital goods, and these hard currency expenditures significantly drained foreign exchange resources, such that by March of 1966, central bank holdings were only about $29 million above the legally required import cover. So this led India to go to the fund and the bank. Of course, this is very early in the days of what we now think about as structural adjustments. There are similarly tumultuous developments in Indian politics. Upon Nehru's death in 1964, Lal Bahadur Shastri won an internal struggle for the Congress party leadership and became India's second prime minister. However, Shastri's administration was curtailed by his sudden death in January 1966, and his attempts to implement some moderately liberal reforms met with limited success. So the first attempt at liberalization in India actually is during the Shastri period in 64 to 66. The struggle for control of Congress resumed, and divisions within the party led to Nehru's daughter Indira Gandhi being chosen as prime minister. She was considered a politically safe choice by then Congress power brokers. This would prove to be a major miscalculation. Indira Gandhi assumed the prime minister's office with significant angst about the stability of her position, of course. More pressingly, she was faced with the immediate problem of a macroeconomic crisis that had forced India to enter into negotiations with the bank and the fund. So Mrs. Gandhi led a team of senior technocrats to DC in 1966 to negotiate with the IFIs and the Johnson administration, which under congressional pressure, so US congressional pressure, had already placed India on a short tether policy of making desperately needed food aid conditional on improvements in agricultural efficiency and population control. So recall, this is in the wake of the food crisis, a drought. President Johnson became personally involved because of India's antagonistic stance on the Vietnam War and its influence in the developing world as a leader of the non-aligned movement. So thinking about India's position within a broader global context amongst developing countries in the third world is hugely important. Johnson hardened the U.S. position by instructing Secretary of State Dean Rusk that the U.S. government would only be willing to sanction support to India if it accepted the recommended reforms, economic reforms, and either remained neutral or actively supported U.S. military activities in Southeast Asia. Though Indira Gandhi charmed the American media and made a favorable impression upon the American public, Johnson was not swayed. Instead, he tightened the U.S. government response to the famine-stricken India's food aid request by releasing ships month by month, prompting even the American ambassador to India to describe Johnson's move as a cruel performance. So Indira Gandhi and her team were in a bind, right? So they need money, they need the support of the IFIs, but on the other hand, they're being squeezed in terms of India's broader position on some of these major global political issues. Crucially, also, the technocrats within Mrs. Gandhi's team had held really strong pro-state and anti-market views, and were not keen on these kinds of liberal reforms. Plus, there was a kind of deep-seated and broadly held feelings of anti-imperialism upon which the Indian nationalist movement had been built. These anti-imperial preferences would be crucial to shaping India's response to these liberal proposals. So these preferences against liberal reforms were not restricted only to the technocratic elite. They were widely held amongst the general public. And this reflected this kind of broader sense of anti-imperialism in India. And this is crucial. So this is what I mean when highlighting the importance of thinking about the role of political culture in the broader context of the rise of neoliberalism in India. So there's a huge backlash when it became known in India that the terms of India acquiescing to getting the support rested on its espoused political positions with respect to U.S. Imperial activities. So India accepted part of the package, but the crisis was temporarily averted. Mrs. Gandhi came back to India and faced a number of other political challenges. So these stemmed from her weak position within the Congress party, as well as growing ethno-linguistic and religious tensions, food shortages, and rising inflation, along with explosive population growth in India. So internally within India, the social, political, and economic situation is getting much worse. The political and economic imperatives were such that something had to be done. The major question was the direction of change. Do you do liberal market reforms that are advocated by conservative factions of the Congress and, of course, by the US and the IFIs, or a more left socialist transformation that was being pushed by younger radicals within the party that were impatient with the sort of failures of earlier development activities? So Mrs. Gandhi chose the left. So she blasts the US for its imperial activities in Southeast Asia. She decides that, look, the limited liberal reforms, that were put into place had little effect on the economic situation. So she went with a political strategy of supporting what became known by slogan poverty alleviation, Garbi Hato, which basically was tied to providing aid to the poorest of the poor in India. So she followed a very left populist rhetoric. Crucially, as part of this, was not only blasting the US on anti-imperialist grounds, but also businessmen and industrialists in India. So really castigating not just external actors, the IFIs and the US, but also big business in India as well. Sort of saying this is part of the problem in India is about the rapaciousness of big business, and this is the problem that really needs to be solved. Now, this resulted basically in three major policy interventions. One was anti-monopoly restrictions. The second was a wave of bank nationalizations, which are intended especially to deal with problems of delivering poverty relief more directly to the poor, especially in rural areas. And the third was limits on foreign investments by capping foreign investment in particular firms, the idea being to give domestic capital greater control. The 70s, to sort of cut short very quickly, the 70s don't go very well in many ways, right? So these policies don't really work as intended. The political breakdown gets sort of continues. Ultimately, Mrs. Gandhi declares a state of emergency, as is well known. The emergency runs for almost 2 years, with many horrific things taking place. She calls spot elections and loses. So she's out of office in 77, but then returns in 1980. And this period is sort of crucial. So upon her return in 1980, after having had the experience of trying to deal with, making a decision about how to deal with sort of looming crises in the late 60s and early 1970s, Mrs. Gandhi shifts completely. So instead of the sort of left populist and of course authoritarian direction that was taken in the late 60s and increasingly in the 1970s, she comes back with an approach that really centers on starting to do internal reforms, and the idea is a growth-oriented partnership with Indian big business. Now, this is really interesting because it was completely new. So the idea of an explicit state sort of partnership and arrangement as part of the political cell as well in India was completely new. So during the 50s and 60s under Nehru, Indian big business always played an important role. It was never completely excluded. But it was always sidelined, and it was always sort of seen and certainly offered in sort of political discourse as second best to the state. It was about sort of organizing to what extent was possible around state-owned industry. So we see a big shift in 1980 when Mrs. Gandhi returns to power. So these early reforms in many ways marked the first signs of a really critical attitudinal shift on the part of the Indian state from espoused socialism to explicit support for private domestic capital. This pro-business but not pro-market shift, and so Aditya also talks about this in his chapter, represented a distinct break from the Nehruvian period, but also from Indira Gandhi's earlier stint in power. So while successive Indian governments had long privileged domestic capital over foreign firms, large-scale private capital was consistently marginalized relative to state-owned firms under Nehru, and increasingly also marginalized relative to small firms thereafter. So it's worth emphasizing the extent to which Mrs. Gandhi's return really heralded, a new approach. So the pro-business approach explicitly favored domestic incumbents by reducing industrial licensing barriers, allowing firm-level expansion in existing as well as new areas of business. And this process really benefited large business groups that were better positioned to take advantage of these internal regulatory changes, rather more so than new domestic entrepreneurs or foreign firms. In sum, these initial reforms amounted to a complete reversal of the previous strategy that was predicated on restricting the growth of private firms through industrial licensing. And so industrial policy plays a crucial role here. The final element that's crucial to note as part of this turn to the private sector was the way in which it was marketed. And there are two things here which are crucial. The first was the extent to which Mrs. Gandhi sort of proposed these reforms as ways of helping the poor, the common man, the adaptee, right? So the idea was that the sort of direct status approach of the early era had not worked, but Congress was still focused on poverty alleviation, but now it would be done through working with private firms. The second element that was crucial is that one of the key things in the losses that Mrs. Gandhi faced politically in 1977, when she was out of office for 3 years, was a huge loss in the Hindi-speaking heartland of India. So this is like in Uttar Pradesh, in North India. And these losses, the party that beat Congress then was the Janta Party. These losses really rested to some extent on the Janta Party reviving sort of ideas of communalism and so forth. And this was not lost on Mrs. Gandhi at all. So upon her return, not only did she put forward this idea of support for poverty alleviation through private firms, but also used the opportunity to also emphasize very strategically in particular places, particular kinds of communal as well as private sector-oriented political rhetoric. And this choice in many ways was not random, and here I'll conclude. This had deep social roots, because in India's political culture, there's long been these two sort of packages of sort of political and economic ideas that go together. On one hand, ideas of secular socialism, developmentalism that I've discussed at the very beginning, but also ideas of sort of pro-business, often Hindu chauvinism. And Mrs. Gandhi, in her appeals upon her return, really leaned towards the latter in ways that would presage the rise of the BJP later in the 1980s and the 1990s. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Jason. So I wasn't entirely clear if I was going to comment on Aditya's piece or Jason's piece, and Jason, that was totally brilliant. I haven't even had time to absorb your new definition of neoliberalism, but I think I agree. And I'm going to do a little more of the cultural stuff and the politics and bring this up to the contemporary period. But I just want to begin by thanking Mark and Quinn and all of you. This is not really an area I work in, and I've been a little frustrated with how people use the term neoliberalism. Half the time it's a cuss word, and most of us kind of like it, and it's politically resonant in a lot of places, so we have to take it seriously. And then half the time it's an excuse for not doing serious analytical work, right? It just kind of exonerates the user of doing any real analysis. And what's been remarkable for me these past 2 days in reading the papers is how careful and detailed and down to the granular details these debates have been. And I think a little more confused than I was coming in, just because there's so much more to absorb. But I do think there's sort of three buckets that I'll summarize from just my own understanding, and then focus on the third. So one is the history of neoliberalism as a set of ideas, and Quinn's book is just brilliant there, and Mark's work, and then there are all the instruments and actual policies, and we've had a lot of wonderful back and forth, and including the debate on Hungary. What are these actual instruments, and how heterodox are they? And then there's this idea that keeps popping up of a social purpose or an underlying social block, or what I would just call a social project. And I want to push on the social project part of it, because India, as you've just heard from Jason, I mean, the vacillations are unbelievable, and you have socialism and communal, and there are all sorts of stuff going on. So the idea that neoliberalism as a set of ideas has been driving economic policy in India, I think is not a very powerful argument. And then the instruments have kind of been all over the place, and if anything, it's been more pro-business and more cronyistic than programmatic in any sort of way. What I want to argue, and here the comparative points with Brazil, with South Africa, from what we heard on Hungary, even to some extent, Russia, are really striking, namely that the social bloc behind what we've been calling neoliberalism is obviously capital in all its complex manifestations, but also a new kind of middle class. And this is the point I really want to emphasize, and that this coalition is constructed politically and electorally, especially in a place like India. Capital plus the middle class does not get you elected, right? So you need other elements. You have to mobilize a culture or identities, and this is where Hindutva comes in. And the deeper point I want to make, and Quinn talks about this a lot in his book, of course, is that neoliberalism has always been profoundly anti-democratic. And in India today, we're seeing an extraordinarily illiberal version of neoliberalism that I really want to focus most of my comments on. I want to begin with three qualifiers, though. I mean, characterizing India is always a dangerous exercise. It is deeply federalist, and from the state of Kerala or Tamil Nadu in the south to Bihar and UP, there's probably more difference in economic models and social blocs than across any parts of Europe. Kalive's with us here has written a wonderful book on Dravidian populism in Tamil Nadu. I've written a lot on Kerala's social democratic politics. I don't even know what the economic policies of Bihar and UP are, but it's clearly a project of Brahminical hegemony, so the variance is extraordinary. The big complicating part of the story in India, of course, is always electoral democracy, which, not only is India exceptional in that democracy comes well before industrialization, and to this day, rural voters are still the bulk of the electoral population. But there's never been enough of a surplus to go around, right? So regimes, in order to preserve their legitimacy, have always had to make appeals to the poor, various populisms, Garbi Hatao for Indira, and today's so-called new welfareism that I'll talk about in a moment. I want to begin, as Jason did, with the Nehruvian period, but I want to add a little twist to it. Pranab Bardhan's, if you have to read one book on India's political economy, Pranab Bardhan's short Political Economy of the State in India, absolutely the rare economist who read state theory. He read Miliband, he read Poulantzas, he read the anthropologists, bringing the state back in. And Bardhan argued that the Indian state is a distributive mechanism, essentially balancing the interests of three proprietary classes. This emerging corporate bourgeoisie, landed elites, and we're not talking latifundios or huge landlords, but what in the Indian literature is called dominant landed local castes. And this is the key, the professional middle class. They were always part of the social pact. Left out, of course, were the poor. And Nehruvian developmentalism and secularism, for all its appeals to socialism, at the end of the day, there wasn't a lot of development in the model, right? The growth rate stagnated, and the kind of structural reforms we'd associate with the developmentalist approach, say land reform, never really materialized outside of a few states like Kerala. So the project essentially stagnated in terms of promoting growth, but also in terms of promoting social development. And then you get these various tensions that Jason has so brilliantly summarized in the Indira Gandhi years. And that brings us to the 1990s. And there's a lot of pressure at this point to start reforming the economy. But there's also the so-called second democratic upsurge. And this is a whole literature in political science which basically shows that by the late 80s, the Congress Party is falling apart as a political party. Its patronage-based coalitions are just not getting the job done, and in part because lower caste groups are now mobilizing on their own terms. And these are regional parties and parties of so-called Dalits and OBCs, and they're really challenging the hegemony of the Congress. And this all comes to a point where elites react. And by the late 80s and into the 90s, the middle class is defecting from the secular, developmentalist, state-oriented Congress, which has been the great benefactor of the middle class. The Indian middle class owes its prosperity today to subsidized higher education, to state largesse, to state jobs, etc. The middle class defects to the BJP, by and large, largely because it feels threatened from below. And then this being Indian politics, the BJP, when it's in power for the first time, that's probably the most neoliberal period of Indian economic policy. And they do quite well, actually, and there's a bunch of growth, but they hire a bunch of American consultants to do their new political campaign. And they come up with a tagline, Shining India, right? And it's all lovely, and we've got growth and consumerism and capitalism and the market are doing well, and it's going to trickle down and everyone's better off. Of course, it's not trickling down, and the poor are not better off, and they reject Shining India, and they bring the Congress back to power. And this is the UPA government of 2004 to 2014. And I want to emphasize this moment because I think all of contemporary Indian politics are a reaction to the UPA period. So the UPA is the United Progressive Alliance. It's the Congress, which is incoherent as a political party. But there's a faction within the Congress associated with Sonia Gandhi, and this is where Indian politics gets so weird, right? Because Manmohan Singh is the prime minister. This is the liberalizer of 91, and he's still pushing market reforms, pro-business policies. But, you know, the Congress is thinking, how do we get reelected, right? We fought against Shining India, so we have to build the welfare state. And so Sonia Gandhi, who doesn't have a tremendous amount of legitimacy in the political arena. I mean, she's an Italian Catholic, right? And she's there simply by virtue of marriage. But she has some sort of Catholic social democratic proclivities, and she reaches out to civil society groups, forms something called the National Advisory Committee. And this is populated by progressive economists, Jean Drèze, right? Who's, if there's a progressive economist in the world, it's Jean Drèze. And a bunch of civil society actors from various movements. And these guys build the Indian welfare state. In a relatively short period of time, India introduces NREGA, National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, probably the largest anti-poverty program in world history. They universalize access to basic food. They universalize access to education. They pump a lot of resources into these new programs, and these are all, as Jason was emphasizing, rights-based investments or rights-based welfare reforms. So they're universal. They're about a culture of citizenship tied to social rights. And they're quite successful, but the Congress itself is so corrupt and incompetent, eventually they lose elections, and Modi and the BJP come back to power in 2014. And this is the period I want to focus on briefly and then finish. So the BJP is in second term now in power. When they first came to power, they ran on a development agenda. It was Vikas, 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 the Hindi word for development. And Modi's favorite slogan was, we don't need more government, we need better governance, right? And they start doing a bunch of reforms. But they are ultimately, and this goes back, and Jason sort of brilliantly underscores this, goes back to earlier policies in the Gandhi period. They're closely tied to the big corporates. And they're really closely tied to two corporates, right? It's Adani and Adani, two just massive conglomerations of family-based business interests. And the policies are very pro-business rather than pro-market, and they don't really work, right? So the economy is stagnating. There's actually a decline in manufacturing. It's jobless. There's growth, but without job creation. And towards the end of his first term, Modi and his supporters begin to panic, and so they play the communal card. They go back to the bread and butter of anti-Muslim politics, and there's some timely, quote, terrorist attacks, and they play on the nationalist theme and fear of Pakistan, et cetera. And in any event, they win the elections, and Modi's back in power. And since then, Modi has actually reversed the economic policy, so it looks more like a national neoliberalism. They've raised tariffs. There's subsidies now to export sectors. They're pushing back against Amazon and Walmart because they want to protect local consumer services for local domestic interests. So there's a bit of a reversal on economic policy. What's really striking, and this is the culture part of the equation that I want to talk about, is the new welfare policies. So they, Arvind Subramanian calls it new welfarism, which is kind of silly because it's not new. It's the old patrimonial model of welfarism. So unlike NREGA or PDS, the food distribution system, or all the programs that the UPA put in place, which are universal and rights-based, Modi is doing the public provisioning of subsidized, private subsidized goods. So his big one has been toilets, right? So they're delivering toilets, but they're not doing sanitation. And I don't get into the gory details just before lunch, but toilets without sanitation comes with its whole set of problems, but you can deliver a toilet, right? And it's visible, it's a discrete object. Gas cylinders, which are a big deal for domestic cooking, bank accounts to poor women, loans to poor women, everything with Modi's name on it, including the vaccination cards, which is hysterical because I've heard stories when Indians go abroad and they have to show their vaccination card. The authorities say, yeah, but that's not your picture on the card, because it's Modi's picture, right? So everything is deeply personalized, and it's really reinventing Indian citizens as beneficiaries of the great leader, right? Delivered through the quite extraordinary machinery that the BJP has. And this is the most neoliberal part of India today, right? Welfare has become about empowerment. Andre was talking yesterday, and there are parallels here with Bolsonaro. It's about upliftment. It's about individual empowerment. It's a market culture. It's making people more effective in the market. And it's been accompanied, much like in Brazil, with an attack on human rights. So literally, the one thing Bolsonaro and Modi have in common in their discourse is they repeatedly go after human rights. And they go after gay activists, they go after gender activists. Obviously in India, it's inflected with anti-Muslim sentiment and the demonization of Muslims. But likewise, under Bolsonaro, it's the banditos, it's the others, and it's the criminals, which is code for black. And so this is for me a consolidation of the big business, middle class social bloc. It appeals beyond the middle class by appealing to core singular identities, whiteness in Brazil, or the new evangelical ethos of the gospel of prosperity, whereas in India it's appealing to some of the lower castes that are always described as, quote, being aspirational. And I love this language, like, what's the rest of the population doing? Like being non-aspirational, right? But it's this middle class that works hard, that's disciplined. And one thing we haven't talked about, and I think this is really a critical part of the equation. So on the one hand, neoliberalism preserves the returns on capital, but it's also preserving the returns on human capital, and in particular education. Because if there's one thing the Indian middle class has always had is a monopoly over education. It goes back 2,000 years, right? That's what it means to be a Brahmin, is you have the right to speak to God, you have the right to Sanskrit, you have the right to education. And of course, the Nehruvian developmentalist state produced the IITs, produced this highly educated, professionalized middle class, which is now essentially reaping the rewards of globalization. They've been threatened from below. And in the 80s, the key moments really in the rise of the BJP were the protests against the extension of reservations, which are affirmative action slots, to OBCs. That's when the upper caste really reacted. And since then, education has become more and more privatized. And a lot of what the middle class is doing is really rallying around the BJP as a political force that will secure and protect and reproduce its historical class and status privileges, right? And I think the parallels here with Brazil are really quite striking. The difference, of course, is that Modi is backed up by 6 million cadres, right? He has this extraordinary political machinery behind it. And these coalitions are quite well established. And of course, Hindus are majoritarian. They're 80% of the population in India. So the big concern, of course, is that this is an electoral coalition that will be hard to dislodge. And, I hate to end on that note, but just to briefly summarize again, We can do, the neoliberal ideas are certainly important, and there are moments in Indian history where they've played some role. The instruments, I think, largely in India are still quite incoherent, in part because the state is so weak. I mean, the actual capacity of the Indian state to do the kind of encasing of neoliberalism that Quinn talks about are really quite limited. But this political project of building a social bloc that has, seen the middle class defect from its traditional secular association with the Congress and align itself with the BJP, all predicated on really preserving the returns to globalization, either in the form of economic or educational capital, is really what holds the coalition together. So I went a little long, and I apologize, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for these. They're really fascinating. I think my impression now is like, as we're kind of firmly in the BJP era, there's sort of a romanticization, nostalgia for the Nehru era, like 50s, 60s, 70s, post-war. You put air quotes socialist period. But Jason, in your presentation, you're sort of suggesting that that might be overly romanticized, that a lot of this stuff was. And I guess the question is, and there are parallels with, the presentations on Latin America, and I was thinking about China yesterday. This transformation from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s is so rapid that these are literally the same people that are kind of in charge of basically diametrically opposite political economic regimes. And I think there's a temptation to think about this very cynically, like, well, they were just secretly neoliberal all along, and then they just kind of show the true colors 10 years later, 20 years later. And I guess I'm wondering, like, do you have a sort of mental model for how to characterize that intellectual history? If it's not just a cynical one, is it just about reacting to like the social blocks, as Patrick was saying, or is there a way you could kind of think of the two like liberal and quote unquote socialist period as somehow compatible or ideologically consistent, or do you just think it was just like things just changed so rapidly that they just adopted whatever was pragmatic at the time?
Just respond. So thanks for that. So this is a tough question because this work for me kind of came out of sort of thinking about all this in terms of like economic ideas, and so like really like Marx work and people like Peter Hall's work on like economic ideas and so forth. And so this question of is it political opportunism or really economic ideas is a really tough test, I think. And I think this is one of the reasons why I've found thinking about, well, what are some of the deeper kind of, we're referring to them as kind of like political culture and market culture, it's kind of deeper sets of ideas within Indian society, and to what extent do they align with some of these, let's call them now economic or policy paradigms, as a kind of more helpful way to think about some of these changes. Because if not, then Indira Gandhi seems totally politically opportunist, which, I mean, she's very politically savvy, but sort of conceptually, it would be the same sort of struggle to sort of think of her as completely opportunist. And so I think instead what's more helpful for me in thinking about this is these kind of underlying ideas. So secularism, for example, as distinct from communalism, I think kind of transcends these periods. It goes back to, at least the anti-colonial period and earlier. And what we can see in different economic policy sort of packages or paradigms are different kinds of appeals, I think, to these underlying notions of nationalism, both internal as well as external, so anti-colonial, anti-imperial nationalism on one hand, as well as various forms of Hindu nationalism, so who really qualifies or counts as a citizen. And we can see different appeals by both the Congress and the BJP to these kind of underlying sentiments. So that's what I've kind of found as a more helpful way to sort of think about this. And then sort of just finally to come back to the point about market culture. And I think this is a crucial element in thinking about neoliberalism more generally. And again, I think it aligns with thinking about political culture. This idea of, is it about empowerment? Is it about being an entrepreneur? Is it about sort of helping oneself with the state at best providing some background conditions, as distinct from the idea of, a sort of more welfarist state? That sort of tension, again, I think plays out across these different periods and offers a different way to think about the sort of political strategies that are being used as not being totally cynical, but as being more fundamentally tied to sort of like deeper sets of ideas and norms and notions in India.
I'm just reflecting on the comparison between the two presentations today and maybe across the presentations in both days, which is that the 2000s and the early 2010s, in the cases of India, Brazil, and South Africa, offer an important contrast between the stories we've heard with Russia and China and perhaps in Eastern Europe, which is that in India, Brazil, and South Africa, you see an expansion of a rights-based welfare framework, and that's kind of the dominant narrative of reform. And in Russia and China, it's about the dismantling of a more, not exactly capitalist rights-based framework, but a socialist rights-based framework, particularly in terms of the welfarist provision of public goods. And so this leads me to just kind of wonder a bit about the framing of BRICS neoliberalism. Yes, all of these cases are on the relative margins of neoliberalism if we consider the West to be the core of the neoliberal project. But there are at least two distinct trajectories within the cases that we see here. And it's that expansion of welfarist provision of public goods on a rights-based framework in the India, Brazil, and South Africa cases that I think is distinct, and it leads me to wonder to what degree the BRICS category can capture a common trajectory, or if it's precisely to illuminate those distinctions. Sorry, it's not a direct question to you.
Good.
Did you want to respond, or should I just? Well, I had a question, one for each, directed at your comments. For Jason, yesterday I was talking a little bit about the idea. First of all, thank you. The notion of self-help that the Johnson administration talks about, particularly in the second half of the latter of the 1960s, and in the documents, the major arenas in which self-help, it becomes this kind of dominant language. Well, we got to make sure they're doing things to help themselves. As aid policy, it's Brazil and India. And you alluded a little, elsewhere too, but these are the major countries that this is how they're talking about aid policy and their expectations for whether or not to help these countries. You alluded in your talk about how this, Indian policymakers sort of chafe at some of this, condescension. And the same is true in Brazil after the coup, where the generals say, yes, we know what to do, we know what we're doing, thank you. There's a kind of condescending relationship to that language that's coming from Washington. So I wonder if there's specifically about this language of self-help that grates, if there's a reaction there that you're noticing, or is it more sort of, generally speaking, imperialism, Washington, or is there something specific about that language? And then for Patrick, obviously I'm drawn to the comparison between Modi and Bolsonaro, and we were having a conversation yesterday about, are people calling Bolsonaro neoliberal, or are they calling him neo-fascist? All these other titles, and we're saying, well, Gedge, his main economic advisor, clearly neoliberal, literally a Chicago boy, but does that label apply to Bolsonaro? People debate. So is Modi called a neoliberal? Is he these reforms that you mentioned about public, privatizing education and all these things that Bolsonaro's doing as well in Brazil suggest that, yes, it makes sense to apply that label. But politically, is this label sticking to him? Just curious in the discourse of current Indian politics whether that's happening and whether it hurts. Doesn't sound like it's hurting because he's doing okay politically, but yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so on self-help, yes, I think there's chafing against this, but I think it's tied to a kind of anti-imperialist sentiment because, thinking through Latin America or comparatively Latin America is great because even though dependency theory is very much a sort of Latin American sort of product, I think it's helpful to think about the reactions in India at the time, because they would have seen their position very much in global structural terms. So the idea of like self-help coming from the U.S., I mean, that's like rich, right? So I think there's I think the sort of response, the sort of chafing as you described it, would very much be against sort of these notions of self-help within the context of anti-imperialism. And it's tied to all the things that are taking place, leading up to and around this time, like the Green Revolution and so forth, as a way of dealing with India's, long-standing food insecurity. Which, by the way, the key thing with Indian food insecurity, in my view, is that it's always been seen very much in anti-colonial terms because of the history of famines during the colonial period, which themselves were seen as products of British attempts to impose, sort of so-called British free trade within India, and creating internal disruptions in Indian food and other markets. So in the post-colonial, the post-independence period, on one hand, there's this legacy of, in order to sort of be seen as a legitimate governing force, one has to be able to solve this long-standing food security problem. So that's one element. But then secondly, the food security issue is not just seen as the vagaries of the monsoons, so not just seen as sort of natural, but also seen as an outcome to some extent of India's position within the global economy. And so again, to come back to the role of the U.S. and this kind of response and this kind of chafing, they're seen, I think, as very important, as crucially tied.
So I want to quickly come back to the earlier question, because first to underscore just how much the middle class has changed its ideological positions. I mean, it used to be incredibly statist, and now it's incredibly pro-market. And that this is largely, entirely, and totally self-serving. And the element that needs to be sort of emphasized in the Indian context, and here I have to reference Myron Weiner's, I think, his best book, which was on the child and the state in India. And he asks the simple question, why is it that in India the social policies don't address the problems of child labor? Because by and large, they haven't touched that at all. And his answer was caste. Indian elites, upper caste elites, don't give a shit. At some level, this is an incredibly hierarchical, closed status system, and the elites don't care. And I know that sounds kind of simplistic, but I think it goes to the heart sometimes of the nature of Indian politics. And then on the question about others can say more about in the room about the usage of the term neoliberal in India, I think it's a word largely reserved to the English-speaking population and academics. And people have said this about the 91 reforms. These were enormous reforms, and it was a real break with the past, et cetera, and it was done by stealth. I mean, it was debated in the Indian Express and in EPW and in leftist circles. The rest of political discourse is in the vernacular. And the vernacular is about the price of rice, which of course has a lot to do with neoliberalism, but it's not cast in those terms. And today it's really about the cultural politics of empowerment, et cetera, versus, and then communalism versus secularism. I want to add an asterisk to everything I said by simply pointing out that there's 4 states in India with a combined population of 300 million plus that have a completely different model, right? So Kerala is led by the Communist Party. It's essentially social democratic. We have the Dravidian populism of Tamil Nadu, which is actually led by the DMK and a guy named Stalin, which is a pure coincidence, but it's still interesting.
Maybe.
And then we have the state of Odisha, which has a quarter century now of welfarism, same chief minister. And Didi, Mukherjee, who defeated the BJP in West Bengal on a kind of matrimonial version of welfarism, that really is inclusive. All 4 of these states have very inclusive discourses about prioritizing social justice, Dalits, Muslims, the downtrodden, et cetera, right? So as successful as Modi has been, it's really it's a big city coalition, all right? All the Indian global cities vote BJP, just like in Brazil, where all the globally connected cities voted for Bolsonaro, which is a kind of interesting observation.
Can I add something very quickly just on Modi and sort of is he neoliberal and so forth? The one thing I'd say is, one of the things I would say is, one of the interesting things that we're seeing with Modi and the BJP is, in the way in which they use markets, is a kind of attempt to centralize markets across India. So India, as Patrick has said and so forth, it's politically fragmented, it's economically fragmented, it's constituted by fragmented markets. This is a problem that goes back to the colonial era. And one of the things that we've seen in the last couple of years with Modi's BJP are these attempts to centralize markets. So the one that got the most news were the sort of the farm bills. So these like three laws that basically created state-based, state-run agricultural markets that had price supports, essentially. And the idea was to liberalize those, both at the state level, but then also to centralize. And there's massive pushback, huge protests over the course of over a year, and they've been repealed. But the other is, it kind of gets less attention, but I find it kind of fascinating, is this idea that Modi has put forward called, some of my Hindi is going to fail me, it's called Atmanirbhar Bharat, right? So it's this idea of a kind of a Hindu sort of like nation and a Hindu market. Right, so the notion that you can centralize markets more generally at a broad scale across India. And again, I think it's driven on one hand by these sort of ideas of Hindu nationalism, which we've been discussing, but also the idea and this sort of like concern, this governance concern, I think, that markets in India fundamentally have always been fragmented. And we need to have, BJP needs to have efforts to centralize markets in particular ways. Now, these kinds of centralized markets, no surprise, are more likely to benefit big business. And so this plays into the point about cronyism, and especially like the, some of the firms that are always highlighted here, the Adanis and Ambanis. But more generally, I kind of see it from a perspective of neoliberalism as a governance mechanism. So centralizing markets as a way of solving India's political governance problems in the context of a highly fragmented polity with all the kinds of tensions and stresses that Patrick has highlighted.
So picking up on that, I like Patrick's observation, also your observation, that basically India's, when you say is India neoliberal, you say which India, right? It's big, it's very different, it's hybridized. And I wonder if there's a kind of background assumption that we work with, or many of us work with, myself pleading guilty on this one, that for neoliberalism to work, it kind of needs, first of all, it needs to be state capture, right? So let's go back to Andy Gamble's thing about the free economy and the strong state, right? I think that's right. But it also needs a kind of coherent and limited state. It can't deal with too much fragmentation, because otherwise you just can't really push the project. And that seems to be, kind of what I'm intuiting from what you're saying. That yes, there's obviously aspects of neoliberalism, and we can point to it at different points in time, but it in a sense becomes fractured and diffuse and is tied up with this cultural politics and this intense hierarchy, etc. So it's just a different thing. We shouldn't really expect to see the sort of, the classical version in any way, shape, or form. So I think that's really useful. The second one is, speaking of Brahmins, we haven't mentioned economists much.
It's the same thing.
Yes, exactly. And so I'm thinking particularly because the Indian economic elite is, apart from, Anglos and Americans themselves, are the most transnational, Western educated, all in the neoliberal period, right? So to what extent were they able to, in a sense, come back home and do the stuff that Jeff Shearith talks about in Latin America, right? Is there a kind of discernible difference that they make, or does the fracturing of India just basically wash that out?
So I think, I kind of mentioned this a little bit, but I'll say a little bit more. So they're important. They're there. I think especially from the 1980s onwards, especially working kind of, as Patrick sort of said, by stealth. And there's some writing from some Indian economists. Vermani is like one that comes to mind that kind of talks about how the 1991 reforms were crafted, through all these discussions between these kinds of elite economists in India in the 1980s, many of whom were operating under Manmohan Singh. Most of them were U.S. educated. Singh is different. He was educated at Cambridge. But he sort of reflects, I think, the kind of end of a period when many of these sort of elite economists are being trained in the UK and maybe thought about economics a little bit more broadly versus the kind of more American-style economics that, is similar to all of our discussions of neoliberalism. So I think they're very important, and they occupy even more powerful positions in the 1990s. But I don't think they have the level of power as a kind of technocratic elite in India that we see like in Latin America, which I think is much more of a prototypical example. They're highly constrained by the kinds of politics that we've been describing. That's how I would sort of describe it.
And there's a ton of pushback. I mean, India's most famous economist and maybe one of the world's greatest public intellectuals is Amartya Sen. And he gave us the capabilities approach, which drove a lot of the rights-based welfare. And I mentioned Jean Drèze. Literally, the most influential economist in India on the ground is Jean Drèze. And he, you know, what is he? He's left. He's very left. And then again, at the state level, in Kerala, all the people who advise the government are, you know, social democrats, et cetera. So, but even within the profession, I mean, there's a lot of Indian economists, and I think this is true of economics largely outside the United States, but they actually read sociology and anthropology, and they have to be public intellectuals because you can't just be in the ivory tower. And so inevitably, they're more involved with Rajan recently, who's the Chicago economist who was the advisor to the Modi government, he's been coming out and saying that none of their none of their economic reform programs make any sense as long as they're authoritarian, centralizing, and majoritarian. This is what, you know, the most respected Indian economist of macroeconomics is now saying. So,
yeah, I think it's an important point. There are a level of engagements, even at the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, the central bank, which is where I think the place where you'll find them most easily identifiable because they're not sort of like lost in the sort of finance and trade and industry ministries. Their public discourse is different, I think, from it is more social and more politically engaged, perhaps is a term, than I think we see in other parts of the world, including in the U.S. Especially.
Sort of what to the special.
Just to interject for a minute, something I think you all have the fate of being the last panel, so we're starting to try to knit things together and synthesize some of the things that have been observed over the last day and a half. And I think there's a way of maybe connecting what Mark was saying here about strong state and Ben's point a moment ago about the sort of the difference of the early 2000s when one looks at these cases we've looked at, because it was something that I observed yesterday, but is still sort of sticking with me, that for those people who want to come up with a more rigorous definition of neoliberalism and not simply use it as a cuss word, this question of democracy still remains, I think, the crucial variable that separates two otherwise rigorous definitions of neoliberalism. Does the liberalization of markets accompany in a natural way or even empirically verifiable way the expansion of multi-party elections, or does it tend to move towards the emergence of counter-majoritarian institutions that actually ever more disempower democratic populations and make multi-party elections ever less meaningful, if existent at all? And it seems to me that when we've been talking about Brazil, India, South Africa, you know, neoliberalism has been kind of, as a master project, has been sort of subordinated to electoral strategies and projects of building political legitimacy and legitimation in a way that one sees very differently when you look at earlier moments of Taiwan or China, or indeed the Putinism that Tobias was talking about this morning. So I agree completely with Ben that one wants to actually work to create more meaningful distinctions than the one, you know, coined by the Goldman Sachs consultant with the category of BRICS, which itself is really just a reformulation of emerging markets, which is itself just a way to market sort of third world debt to Western investors. So I think that this is something to keep thinking about. I think the way that multi-party elections, federalism at a real profound practical level, undermine the sort of ideal typical version of the neoliberal state in the way it, you know, emerges from the fevered imaginations of some of its ideologues.
Yeah, just a very quick comments to both Quinn's and Ben's ideas, because like speaking from East Asian experiences, which I'm more familiar with, actually a lot of like researchers have already pointed out that the neoliberalization in East Asia has been very, very like mixed and variegated. So what we've seen is the neoliberalization of certain like social projects, but like the strengthening of welfare states at different levels. So, for example, in Taiwan, when we were going through like neoliberalization of what I mentioned about yesterday, the financialization, but this was also at the time the state started to impose like national health care program. So it's really mixed. So it's not just a division between like a democracy or like authoritarian state and the neoliberal trajectory. they've been through. I think it's also about what kind of the state society relationship they are, the people are like imagining. Because in Taiwan, it's not just about electoral politics that defines whether the state would impose this program or not, but also it's like because that reminds me of what Chatterjee talks about, this kind of political society, right? Sometimes you have this kind of moral bound with the state, and that forces the state to impose some program at some time to remain or to maintain the legitimacy and leadership. So I think that can be like the East Asian like experiences can be a third way to think about this kind of divide. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thanks a lot for his presentation. This question is for Jason, but obviously I'd be interested in knowing what Patrick thinks about this. I think what's fascinating in the presentation in your book is that you're interested in the moral orders of capitalist legitimacy. And I feel that when neoliberalism is spoken about and how it's been talked about in all these different contexts, the temptation is to move away from ideology and to say, well, let's look at actually existing neoliberalism, right? Because ideology, doesn't really help us understand what's happening in India. It's such a different context and all. But from your presentation, trying to push back in time the moment that neoliberalization starts, I wonder if actually India offers us the opportunity to do the opposite movement and to say that, for example, if I look at the empirically verifiable moment of state socialism in India, it's actually quite difficult to find. In 1971, only 2% of public employees in India are 2% of employees that are public sector employees. Already by 61, over a third of all foreign investment, fixed foreign investment in the private sector are foreign. And, if you think of the relationship between capital and state, which are at the base of, encasing the market, obviously, we know 91 is not this moment that neoliberals come, but is it really 80? Doesn't this neoliberalization happen before, in a sense that, there's an editorial in the New York Times, I forgot the year, somewhere in the 70s, where the foreign correspondent says, oh, the left is winning the rhetoric in India, but the right is getting all the tangible rewards. Yeah. And even when one thinks of states like West Bengal, which are obviously, statist and communist, etc. But then the downfall of the Communist Party in West Bengal is they're getting, put in the pocket of Tata in 2008 when they wanted to build a factory for the new Tata Nano, etc. So you see throughout India, in empirical practice, processes of liberalization unfettered, and spreading through state practice and state exercise in ways that are profound. And yet, however, in ideology and discourse, there you see moments where you can periodize and understand when. And so in that sense, do you think, Jason, that talking about moral orders, talking about ideology of neoliberalism, that then in that sense, something happens when the triumph of neoliberalism in India is really a triumph of yet a more ideological version of it, the entrepreneur of the self, a kind of Melinda Cooper-like argument of family values and sort of the unmooring of a social Darwinism in India in the past 30 years that had been sort of kept in check by hegemonic casteist and statist discourses in the past. And that, in fact, we've spent many years trying to say, no, let's not talk about ideology anymore. We have to talk about actually existing neoliberalism. And in India, actually, the more interesting thing is no. Actually, existing neoliberalism doesn't take you anywhere because these liberalization processes have started in 1948. And actually, let's talk more about the kind of discourses that have emerged in unmooring the Beckerian human capital in popular discourse, etc. Because maybe the empirical study of neoliberalism is a dead end for India. I mean, maybe it's too polemical. Sorry.
Justin's a brilliant summary of policy making in India and the social legitimacy of the capitalism. I have an observation. Maybe I think it makes sense to make that observation in this context. See, we actually begin with the legitimacy part of the capitalism you look at. So I guess if you use, as Patrick mentioned, reform by stealth by Rob Jenkins, if you follow that logic, it looks like in the Indian, we never had a legitimacy for economic policies. Looks like always the legitimacy you look at from the social realm, whereas the economic policy always been a technocrat stuff, even including the neoliberal turn. And if you take it either 90s or the 80s, because none of the guys who actually followed economic, say neoliberal or pro-market kind, were elected, say including Mandeep Singh, Manmohan Singh, even partly Chidambaram couple of times, but largely even Arun Shourie in the India shining period of Vajpayee. It always looks like it is an English-speaking elite project. So then somewhere this electoral winning election is reduced to the politician in the social realm. That is where the messy politics of caste and other comes into. So is there any shift in this division of labor? Earlier, the division of labor was, say, the technocrat job is in neoliberalism and the politician jobs to get the votes through getting a legitimacy. Is there any shift since Modi's onwards? It looks like there's a shift. You could actually break this divide and you could combine these two. Because earlier it was seen as a continuity, partly like including from the Congress to BJP in terms of division of labor. Of course, UPA is different, definitely. But again, that is because of the specific intervention of the few individuals within the Congress party who brought. But yet the technocrat elite and neoliberalism has been a very narrow project. It's never gotten a popular acceptance it looks like in India. It's always been, that's why the Rob Jenkins calls it the reform by stealth, reduced to the states, not as someone has to take So what has changed in this division of labor, maybe in the recent time, or ever been there in the historically of legitimacy for the economic policies?
All right, so I'm tempted to answer this question first, but I'm going to go in order because I think Patrick might have something to say about the second question as well. So for the first I answer, thanks. Yeah, so I think, as you know, so this question of sort of capitalist legitimacy is central. And for me, one of the biggest breaks really is the extent to which big Indian business houses have always been essential parts of the story in post-independent India and also in the late colonial period as well. I think one of the things that's changed though is the extent to which they were, kind of the rhetoric around them, and this is where I think ideology is really important. The rhetoric around them was, they need to be constrained. So whether you want to think about it pejoratively as the license quota permit Raj, which was basically the sets of internal controls of industrial licensing and so forth, that sought to limit Indian private capital, especially big Indian private capital, to certain industries and certain sizes, and also to geographically limit them and so forth. I think that the rhetoric around that was important at the time because it was seen as allowing for a focus on state-owned enterprises and, sort of the commanding heights and so forth. And there was a political rhetoric there that was about the Indian state using the sort of commanding heights in order to do a particular kind of development. And yes, there's some space for private capital, but they need to be constrained because, the state has, by allowing the state sector to grow more, it'll have better distributional outcomes. Of course, that never turned out to be the case, but nevertheless, I think that was the rhetoric. And also there was this idea, I think, which also speaks to the question of capitalist legitimacy, that big business in general can't be trusted. Like, they're ultimately selfish and self-serving. The gains from their activities, may have some sort of spillover benefits through employment and so forth, but ultimately it's going to be captured within these family-owned business groups. And so from a distributional perspective, there's also an important logic of focusing on the state sector. And I think this starts to change in this kind of period of the late 60s and the 1970s and definitely in the 80s when Indira Gandhi comes back and is much more explicit about, look, we're going to do development, but through business, through the market, but the market really means business. It doesn't mean the market as a kind of open market. So I think that's a kind of important shift that took place. One thing I'll add to that, which is related, which kind of speaks to something that Patrick noted, which is in thinking about sort of caste and the extent to which the Indian middle class, especially the high caste Indian middle class, so sort of think about a caste and class intersection, benefited from all this public education. In the 50s, 60s, and even 70s, people who were coming out of these elite institutions would never think of starting a business, or because that was seen as kind of like sullied, and so high caste actors don't go into business, right? That's for the that obviously has changed radically in the 80s and 90s, and in the late 80s, 90s, 2000s, and now, where everybody wants to get an MBA and sort of start under a firm, and so again, I think this speaks to this point that I guess I've been sort of hammering about market culture, and how market culture has changed and how it's intertwined the political culture. So to this question about the link, so again, I'm just going to go off of what Patrick said. So I think Patrick laid it out really nicely with the kind of UPA sort of two-headed, monster of Manmohan Singh, who was kind of seen as the, very calm, steady, technocrat, highly respected. No one challenges him on his sort of like technocratic chops. No one challenges him, even in the height of the UPA's kind of corruption. It was always like Singh is like above it. He's not really taking money, like everyone else might be, but not him. So he's kind of seen as a kind of clean, I think, sort of politically, but also sort of technocratically super solid sort of like actor. And so he's sort of like seen as the person who, led the 91 reforms. But he's coupled, of course, with Sonia Gandhi, who is doing like all the politics, and who on one hand is sort of like above him politically because she's the chair of the Congress Party, which really is running the whole UPA. But on the other hand, she's doing all this work sort of, which is much more at the grassroots level. So I think there was this distinction. Modi seems to be doing both. And I think where Modi is, in his persona, has been able to bring these things together is the extent to which, despite the sort of India shining sort of failing, what didn't fail was the idea of Gujarat shining. And so the idea that Modi knew how to make growth happen, and a particular kind of growth, a kind of, again, very entrepreneurial, marketish kind of, business-centered growth in Gujarat. So when, many of the other states were kind of backtracking on reforms and so forth, it was Gujarat that was kind of pushing forward. And again, just to kind of tie with my own work on legitimacy and capitalist legitimacy and so forth, it fits in a place like Gujarat because it has this kind of history of being a place where you get particular kinds of business actors, like going back hundreds of years to, sort of trading relationships across the, Arabian Sea and so forth. So, so Modi's kind of relationships now with Ambani and Adani, both Gujarati, it sort of fits in with this kind of idea that, he knows how to run the economy. He can manage these relationships with big business because they produce economic growth at the end. But then, also, he's doing everything that Patrick noted about having this kind of this sort of persona of, everything is coming through me, the vaccine cards being like the best example. So he's able to it seems to me, he's able to wed those two things together, whereas in the previous UPA regime, they were very much separated and represented by Manmohan Singh on one hand and Sonia Gandhi on the other.
I totally agree with that.
If you would indulge me with one last sort of summary that the discussion has made me think about here, especially Ayan's comment. I think that sometimes the temptation when talking about neoliberalism, and I'm glad that you were sort of working against this in a way, is to reduce it to the kind of a vulgar dichotomy between is it ideas that do it or is it sort of global conjunctures of capitalist forces. And it's good to remember, I think, that this Mulpellerin-centric version of the scholarship that is in the room and we're talking about here and there, it was originally coming out of neo-Gramscian IPE, right? So the subtitle to the first big book about the Mulpellerin Society, which unfortunately hasn't been translated, is a hegemony theoretic approach to neoliberalism. So the idea was not a kind of surface fascination with like the intricacies of like Hayek's enchanting thought worlds, which it certainly is, certain parts of the Hoover Institution and the Mercatus Center and so on. It was an idea that conjunctures are not enough. That even with conjunctures, even with the sort of opposition of capitalist force, the falling rate of profit, or whatever you want to say, there are still sort of actors that need to bear ideas at certain moments, that need to sort of make explicit those crises and those conjunctures. And so one can then follow them and also along the way figure out how new common sense is produced within political cultures in all of the ways that you're describing, without which these would not become mass movements, would not become electorally successful campaigns. So I wonder if you would maybe say something yourself about how you see this. Do you also just see this as a tension that can be solved through a language of moral economies or capitalist legitimacy? Is that for you the kind of resolution of an otherwise sometimes crudely separated methodological problem?
Yeah, I don't see I don't have so much trouble with the tension, I think, for those reasons. So for me, structure and ideas can work together, and are both helpful for explaining some of these types of outcomes. I think the kind of questions about morality and legitimacy are particularly helpful for me in the Indian case, more so. I think they're important in most contexts that I'm familiar with, but are particularly helpful in the Indian case because of the particular kinds of histories and sort of ideas of like market culture and business culture and so forth that we've been describing, more so than maybe other places that I know a bit about, like Brazil, for example. I think it's a little bit different. But the more general point about the thinking about structure and ideas and how they operate together, yeah, I see less tension in ways in which I don't see them as dichotomous. Rather, I think the kind of intellectual challenge and what's kind of fun is sort of thinking about how they might operate together and what kinds of outcomes they may produce and how that might actually work, like what kinds of mechanisms may be at work if we think about them as a little bit more intertwined rather than completely separated.
Yeah, really quick, like, I guess, basic question is, for clarification, I guess. And I remember in the 2000s, there are all these books about, like, China, India, Chindia, like the dragon and the tiger and the lion or whatever, right? But you don't, or elephant, right?
The elephant, yeah, which
is,
one's fast and one's not.
Yeah. But you don't really see those anymore, at least I haven't seen them. And I think implicit in a lot of that stuff, and obviously BRICS, was this idea that India might become like an exporting powerhouse or a global economic powerhouse in a way that I don't think that discussion happens too much anymore. And I know, so I've always kind of been thinking about, like, does India's businesses or government have the aspirations to become a sort of, at least parts of it, like certain provinces, to becoming a sort of export powerhouse? I know there's like special economic zones, which is not the same thing, but they're there, but I don't think they really factor too much in like the political economic discussions, right? Cool. Is there a reason why? I mean, A, is that true? And B, if that is true, like if there's like not a lot of this stuff, like why aren't like Reliance and Tata trying to like become global powerhouses? Why are they just kind of Indian companies? Yeah.
So they kind of are global powerhouses, but maybe not in the same way. So I think that the India-China thing has fallen out of the sort of discourse a lot, I think, in recent years. In the 2000s, they were like everywhere, as you were saying. And for me, there was a massive amount of angst that Indian sort of technocratic elites, to maybe some political elites, felt about China in a number of ways. I think one was the growth rate. This was, to me, the craziest. Because in that period in the 2000s, China was growing at kind of like 8-9%. India was growing at like 7-8%. And there was all this kind of anxiety of like, oh, we're not growing as fast as China. So like, you're growing at 7-8%. That's insane. Like every other country would take that. So that was like one thing that was a lot of angst. Another thing that was a lot of angst was around infrastructure. It was like in China you can get things done. And in India you sort of can't. And there are all these like, with varying degrees of hilarity, stories about like, infrastructure projects gone awry in India, whereas in China, you can build high-speed rail, like tomorrow morning if you want to. So I think there's a lot of anxiety there as well. And I think these had really big impacts in this sort of, and I kind of mentioned when I was talking about the extent to which the notion of reforms just permeates sort of discourse in India. I think both at the elite and the kind of mass levels, that we need more reforms, we need more change. And part of it, one of the things that drives it has driven it rather at particular times, is this kind of idea of, China is getting it done and, we can't. And it's probably also tied in with like long-standing geopolitical tensions with China as well, which flare up from time to time, including like last year and so forth. Because finally on SEZs, so the SEZ story, like Ayan knows a lot about this, they haven't functioned in the way that they have in China, to put it sort of lightly. The sort of manufacturing attempt just really hasn't worked. I think the best analysis of the SEZs in India are that they've turned out to be kind of like land speculation vehicles. And sort of, at best tied in with speculative capital, at worst, it's another way of doing kind of like sort of cronyism and corruption as well. I think there's a kind of dream that India might, do manufacturing, maybe even not quite like China, but something that's a little bit closer. But it's just been so elusive for so long that it comes up from time to time still. But I feel like it's probably losing momentum just because it's a sort of failed, whether it be kind of manufacturing more heavy industry. So automobiles has probably been the most successful, and two-wheelers, that's been pretty good. It's failed most clearly with like electronics, which I think is what many kind of really think about oftentimes when they think about sort of the success of manufacturing in China and in East and Southeast Asia more specifically. It's an electronics story, it's light manufacturing, and it hasn't worked at all in India.
Yeah, I mean, the BJP government on the democracy question has been flirting a lot with China, and they openly talk about how we could get more things done if we didn't constantly have to contend with all that noise coming from the democratic arena. And it always amuses me that I think Bangalore wants to be the next Singapore, Mumbai wants to be the next Shanghai, right. And Delhi, for some reason, keeps saying they want to be the next London, which I don't understand at all. But anyways, but there's clearly these autocratic fantasies that are quite pronounced. And then just structurally, I mean, the obvious difference is most of the growth in India has been in rent-thick sectors. It's land, it's natural resource extraction, it's monopolizing telecommunications and media. Most of you have probably yet to buy anything made in, it's 1.3 billion people, and we're not buying stuff that's made in India other than ICT stuff. And, the big difference between India and China, and it's remarkable to me how little it's changed and how little gets commented on, but half of rural India is still not electrified, right? Most of India still does not have tap water. Rural India still has very minimal infrastructure. There's a huge chunk of the labor force in India that's not even commodified. It's pre-capitalist. They're employed through local caste relations. And to this day, anytime you go to India, the most striking thing is any service you go, whether you're at a restaurant or banking or any retail, there's always like 5 people doing the job one person would be doing in China, right? And it's that old, this is how you absorb a lot of surplus labor. But it's a fundamental problem that neither Nehru nor the BJP nor the Congress have ever really tackled.
Okay, I think we'll leave it on that note. So there's lunch outside. What we're asking is that people head out and grab their sandwich of choice and then return here. And
it's cold outside. We can't hang out today.
Yeah, we need to stay in this capsule as much as possible and maximize that. And also to hear from Jamie and in time for people to get on the bus to Logan Airport. So one last round of applause for this great panel.
One more thing, there's one more seat on an SUV that's going to Logan. So if anybody else needs to get to Logan. All right.
You got to send me. Who did you cite on the market culture or citizenship culture? You cited someone. Who?
Ritu Birla, maybe I mentioned.
Oh, yeah, that's who you mentioned.
And yes, that's probably who I mentioned.
Okay. Are you going to send me chapters?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm dying. My son is playing in a semi.
What time to enforce?
Yes. Yeah. I think this point about I mean, it's a basic point, but it's quite fundamental to the whole relationship between rural and urban.
And how you can organize organization. I need to get the book as a partner. I just talking about. That's what I'm going to send you to read. So.
We should grab
lunch first and then sit and talk.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, so the dissertation that you're really compared, you raised an interesting point yesterday of how we evaluate how capitalist or neoliberal China is dependent on its trajectory from the outside. But China is from the historical view, the respectful there's a development part of No. Oh, really? So, I mean, Banerjee is like in the econ department, and yeah, what we do is probably more institutional as opposed to one.
How's it going? I mean, there's probably something out there. Dedication. And there's parallels, but there. But yeah, it would be.
Then I did a postdoc. I'm not bringing the postdoc at that time, but maybe I was still doing it. Yeah, then I did a postdoc at that
Jason, we're being so diplomatic in that description. There are telling Quinn to see a friend.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So I was like,
So my leave ends in a week. I'm sort of easing in back. I'm actually thinking of work. No t-shirt. I didn't get it before.
I don't know. This I might go back before.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I don't. It's a new thing. I was here.
No, it's okay. I was in the last moment, so I said,
you know,
Well,
no, not yet.
my son was born. How long are you stopping research?
So when is he possible tomorrow?
Yeah.
So,
Basically, too many front men, too many clusters. Leave it until actually
on that point, I'm curious about it because I'm writing an article making comparison between outside structural economic organizations of China and all those we know are
the other one I found really puzzling, the German made there. Because there's a structural approach where state agency and there's no austerity. I mean, that really bothers me from Mara, particularly because the economy is all the industrial enterprises stop actually trading this money. So when they were trading all this money, it was basically nobody was using the money. I mean, that just it just seems weird. And I looked online and that one good thing was the rate of the money supply.
What's being past each other is what
that was the space so high point
we need to first have the material so the long-term trajectory then from the Chinese perspective is we will roll back the socialist system.
That's what they claim.
That's what they claim. Well, that's an easy argument to use. You can always say, oh yeah, next year, oh yeah, next year, oh yeah, next year. You never have to do that.
Right, and their assumption is that the state can be neutral, the state can be neutral in that process. So whenever capital gets on the upper hand, state will always regulate the capital and redistribute. But the state itself is also a dynamic entity with the communist party itself is also starting to accept capitalists as communist members. So they can
and you can just reinterpret the same history different way in the next year. Oh yeah, this is why we did that. And the next year, oh, this is actually something different.
Right.
So you can that narrative, when you give time, it becomes very fluid and dynamic. And why do you can always say down the line you will reach, but the conclusion is different when you have this structural
China is gradually liberalizing the economy.
Right. Just from the I mean, because the trend has now been
cycles
in a way, sometimes blaming everything on that. So even more,
and it seems like it's beyond their resolution that China is able to go back to the market. That's why they're so surprised.
And then if I'm both impossible in my life, but then desirable.
they're talking about different things. So it's actually very interesting.
Right,
Well,
that's the dynamics inside the Chinese system. These people recognize the agency of China and more important than when one the Western situations seem to.
And they see the party as very consistent. Right? It's one party, it must be one voice, but actually there are actually very extreme voices within. But
and one single country with one opinion. And that also differs hugely.
Right. And so people say that they belong to the party and they're brainwashed. If they can't read it, then they're repressed. So it's a very selective, very biased. So if you have the paper ready, I would love to.
I'm just finishing a draft of my book. I'm speaking with him tomorrow. It will be fantastic. Not necessarily in detail, but just I can tell you have internal, external structural agency.
That's very important perspective. I'm sure. Sounds already very interesting.
So I was like,
Look like that, therefore, and then we say it was not. So in that sense, you don't want to I was happy to get just as an individual.
Civil rights. Yeah, but I would think that's right. No, but that's important. But that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. No, that is very impactful. But that's kind of what I thought. Yeah. But in these countries, I think I'm thinking now maybe I'm but it's not a good provider with complex private parties. Did you find the right? What happened? Sound extremely coherent.
Well, I mean, it doesn't assimilate. The older generation of the South in the state of people who are particularly white. Yeah. That would might have been post. It was something really I do want to very, very oh, and Abbott. It's all about the commercial. You know, your brand. He was
but in an extremely one-dimensional way. It's like talking about race, you're not talking about one of the
Yes. So there's a polarization.
So yeah, that's the only one that I think.
So they have domestic.
But more like a way to clean all, farmer claims on property rights. Do anything you want after as opposed to. He might be. I know he's great.
But now
Then like, Marcel. I asked him that you yeah. It seems like in what sense? Housing assembly. He is inside.
But it's like, it's exceptional.
I don't know what he's actually framing. He just got one of the recipients. Just that. What about the discount? How do you transcend your this is I have a Google alert really.
I did send one of my children because they're all over. And he did a presentation.
That was the way they showed.
There was that, yeah.
It seemed like there was more
overseas
but the guy predicted you would be able to.
I just
I mean, I just keep on waiting for someone. Flaming sword. Yeah, but you guys are literally it might take some kind of like money.
So what's
we get a chance for in fact, it was okay. What I and there's something you just finished your job. I don't think that's don't say I don't know. I say they've changed
I also
the website.
Infrastructurally, economically, socially, and they are socially kind of like more and certain values there. Like when I went to Beijing, I saw like it's kind of a they actually have schools that are not for and things and the way that I don't know Chinese people think about India, like they don't see it as conflict, they don't think about it, like they're
All right, I think we will get started here. Maybe let me introduce you. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for joining us and sticking with us all the way to the end here. We're very happy for our final comment to be delivered by someone who has really been the most influential scholar of many of the aspects of neoliberalism as a kind of object of scholarship, as we've been discussing the last few days, not just the intellectual side, which he contributed to through his book, Constructions of Neoliberal Reason, but of course in many, many articles and collected pieces about the geographical ways in which neoliberalization has unfolded in different parts of the world and in different moments of time. Most recently, he is working on the Greater Bay Area and Macau, Hong Kong, Shenzhen as a way of thinking about dissolving this unhelpful binary of capitalism and socialism and thinking our way out of a lot of the kind of dead ends and conundrums. The person whose name I have not yet mentioned is, of course, Jamie Peck, who's a Canada Research Chair at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, and he will be no doubt elegantly bringing together every last thread of the last 36 hours of discussion in just under 37 minutes or so. So we look forward to it.
Thank you, Quinn, and thank you, Quinn and Mark, for the invitation. And I've got a lot out of the last few days. Even though I've been working on these questions for a very long time, it's the first time ever that I've attended a meeting of this kind, so that tells you something, that you look at neoliberalizations across different contexts and as much as anything compare approaches to thinking about neoliberalism as much as comparing cases of it, if you like. So it's been a great event for that. So some initial thoughts about what we've been doing in the last couple of days. I've always thought of neoliberalism and neoliberalization as a space for constructing an explanation, not the explanation itself. And that's one of the problems with the usage of the term, I think, in the social sciences, that it often short circuits the actual explanation or stands in for the fuller explanation. And I think the papers we've heard at this meeting are all great examples of how not to slip into that sort of short-circuited or shorthand account of just wheeling in a pre-constituted notion of neoliberalism as the explanation and expecting it to be quasi-self-evident. So what we've been hearing about, I think, at this meeting are clearly not cases of a singular, pre-given and mutually recognised phenomena. It's not like we're here putting together the pieces of a jigsaw, and once we've got the BRICS pieces in place, along with Eastern Europe, we can see the full picture of neoliberalism fully formed. That's clearly not what we've been doing. In many respects, what we've been doing, I think, is comparing different approaches and ways of problematizing what remains a controversial phenomenon and concept, which can be found only in hybrid, mixed economy, complex, contradictory formations. You can't find it anywhere else. You're never going to find the pure version. There's no clear template. There's no absolute example. So you're in the murky world of mixed up cases and contradictions and going backwards and forwards. So that seems to be the messy terrain of neoliberalism studies, and that's the one that I think all of the authors of these great papers are variously on. So I don't think anybody's invoking neoliberalism as a master category. No one has a naive understanding of this as some sort of singular root cause of all of our contemporary condition. So we've got a pretty complex understanding of neoliberalization, I think, that is not entirely consensual between us, but somewhat emergent across these different approaches. I suppose one of the things I ought to do as a geographer is defend the honour of my colleague David Harvey and the honour of my departmental colleague Naomi Klein, whose office now is opposite mine in the corridor in the geography department at UBC. But I won't do either of those things. I think it's kind of interesting and somewhat symptomatic that Harvey's most atypical book, and Naomi's, or Harvey's sort of the popular Harvey, and Naomi's popular account of shock therapy remains a kind of reference point in sophisticated social science discussions of neoliberalization years and years later. And that I think reflects the fact that we're still reaching for some sort of clarity. There had to be some clear depiction of what this damn thing was. If it wasn't in the Road to Serfdom or found at the mountaintop in Mont Pelerin, or where else was it? And we've got these other documents that to some extent stand in for that and get the occasional beating for that purpose. So I think that reflects the sort of challenging nature of the debate in this field. We also remain somewhat trapped, I think, in the language of neoliberalism as a system or a name for an era or what's happening in a country, a particular time, or a name for this or that politician, but not the other one. So this problem of turning a rolling contradictory process into something like a name for a system or a category is one of the challenges also of this literature, and that's why I prefer the more awkward formulation of neoliberalization to neoliberalism, because it somewhat avoids that concretization into a system, or at least begs the question. So what we've been seeing arguably in the papers are a series of different snapshots and arcs of neoliberalization, not depictions of systems of neoliberalism. And what Neil Brenner and Nick Theodore and I have called at various times deep neoliberalization is a condition where these multiple neoliberalizations kind of pile up and intersect with one another and feed off one another and contribute to the reproduction of one another. That is what I would argue produces the so-called global phenomenon of neoliberalization. It's never going to be a coherent and systemic and integrated order, but it is this kind of disorder produced by the interactions of all of these experiments and failures and so on that have piled up over the decades. So one of the other questions which is emergent in the discussion, I think, is should we put all these diverse cases that we're working on into the same box? I'd say my geographer's answer to that question is yes. That is the way to develop critical theory, is to have heterogeneity, contradiction and complexity inside our cases, not to produce stripped down, parsimonious, clear-cut concepts that are, if you like, tight-fit theories, but actually to allow loose-fit theories that allow us to problematize the categories themselves. Rather than to reify the categories through simplistic application. So I'm an advocate then of, one of the reasons that I've been holding on to some of the language of neoliberalization is not out of sort of stubbornness or lack of imagination, although I have to confess to both of those things. One of the reasons I'd hold on to it is because it forces us into this kind of problematic area of like looking at complex cases bouncing off one another and contradictions and things that don't fit. I think that's a productive way of conducting critical inquiry. So what I would defend then is the notion of neoliberalization as a relatively modest concept, but also a pervasive phenomenon. Something that I'd characterize as a matrix or a complex or a pattern or a syndrome or a mutating tendency, not a system or a name for an era or an order or a nation state's condition. So it's not really a system category from my point of view, and there has been and never will be ever a sort of steady state neoliberalization, neoliberalism. And one of the things that Hayek wrote to, Keynes wrote to Hayek when he read the draft of the Road to Serfdom, was that there's no stopping point in this analysis, that neoliberalisation, as far as it was articulated in the Road to Serfdom, seemed to open up a process with no stopping point. It wasn't clear when you'd kind of get to the point you wanted to get to. And that seemed to me is one of the characteristics of neoliberalisation. It releases things where there's no end point or stopping point. There's no point where they hit equilibrium and we've got the perfectly neoliberalised system. They create things that overflow, overrun, crash, produce reaction and contradiction. And that's the nature of the sort of churn under the label of neoliberalisation. And so it's a constant churn that is not resolving itself into some outcome, but nevertheless is patterning processes of response and responses to responses that we call the messy process that we give the name neoliberalisation to. So it seems to be that the papers are all in that territory of exploring those messy processes and not expecting some simple resolution. So I gave myself the title of Where is Neoliberalism here as a sort of geographer's approach to this question, partly as a prompt to make the point that I used to think I knew where neoliberalism was, at least when I started working on this in the mid-80s. I was in Manchester, and neoliberalism came from her, and it came from London, and all those bastards down there, and they were doing that to us. The factories were closing, everything was going to shit, and it was her fault. I blame Thatcher. Thatcher did it. And so, yeah, it's not a bad explanation, and she has a lot to answer for. And I was working on a kind of one of the frontiers of neoliberalisation in the north of England. It was about managing youth unemployment and reconstituting the definition of reservation wages and welfare and that sort of thing was just starting then. And so that was both a front line of neoliberalisation, and it was something that seemed to be directed from elsewhere. But to call it neoliberalism, as I suppose we were doing by 1985 or something like that, was not to invoke some grand theorization that was already there. It was a name that seemed to be a somewhat more generic label for Thatcherism. It referred to the fact that Thatcherism wasn't just a one-country project. There were things going on beyond there, but it was all very hazy. And so there's a notion of neoliberalism being a kind of generic Thatcherism, but it wasn't a fully formed concept, and at least people like me were working in a very sort of granular institutional way, not in any kind of grand uses of theory. So my own encounter with it was through the particular, the local and the specific, not as a global label. That came much, much, much later. And so the constitution of the concept and the idea of neoliberalism has taken decades to form and reform since then. But the whole process, I think, has been, in some respects, a sort of geographer's problem, or the kinds of problem that geographers like to work on, because it poses questions about particularity and interdependence at the same time. Difference and connection, as Doreen Massey famously talked about it in her project. Like, stuff is different locally, but it's complicated, it's related to localizations in other places. So this idea of relationality and uneven development is sort of central to the geographer's problematic, and I think somewhat handy as a preliminary approach to some messy phenomenon like neoliberalism, as it turns out. It's also the case that geographers work in a somewhat eclectic manner on a moving terrain of usually real-time analysis, and so the kinds of things that are happening under the label of neoliberalisation have kind of fallen into our laps in some respects. But I think that's not a bad way to approach neoliberalisation in some respects. It involves encountering it in a variety of forms to recognise that if you're looking at one local manifestation, it's one among many. Certainly shouldn't be mistaken for a paradigm or the only way of doing things. So, in the absence of a definition, I'd like to offer a somewhat ironic definition of neoliberalism from the Chinese Communist Party and what it calls market omnipotence theory. And I actually think this isn't a bad, if you think about the positionality of this statement, it's actually not a bad way of, it's a pretty good way of starting a discussion about neoliberalism. According to the CCP, neoliberalism advocates unrestrained economic liberalisation, complete privatisation and total marketisation, and it opposes any kind of interference or regulation by the state. Western countries, led by the United States, carried out their neoliberal agendas under the guise of globalisation, visiting catastrophic consequences upon Latin America, the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and have also dragged themselves into the international financial crisis from which they have yet to recover. Not a bad preliminary take on what this is, I think. It's also notable, of course, that the reason that the CCP defines neoliberalism in this somewhat self-serving manner is it positions it safely offshore. There's none of that around here to see. It's something that it happens elsewhere. The dynamics are produced elsewhere and so forth. Alternatively, in the realm of these sort of anti-definitions or alternative definitions, I quite like a line from Jason's talk this morning. And I wrote it down here as the 1970s didn't go very well. And as a kind of proto-conjunctural explanation of what some of the conditions had to, preconditions to actually start the search for ideational consummation, that's not a bad depiction, I don't think. There were some things that were happening in the 1970s that allowed a certain kind of cumulative set of processes to gather, and eventually this was given a name. How we've used that name in the social sciences is a story on its of its own. This is articles with the keyword neoliberalism written from the Social Science Citation Index since the 60s. And the shrewd amongst you will notice some rather strange aspects of this graph. First of all, when neoliberalism was really ripping along in the 1980s, barely nobody used the word. It started to appear in a tiny number of articles in the 90s. The real takeoff was post-Mirovsky and post-global financial crisis, but sort of after 2010, that's when it went into more broad circulation. The blue bars here are from GeoBase, which is the articles written by geographers and their friends. Also a strange phenomenon here is that we were producing about 100% of the articles on neoliberalism for many years, and we're still doing about a quarter of them. And that is not a good guide to the strength of geography faculty relative to the social sciences, as far as I'm not aware. We aren't a quarter of the social science workforce. So there's a reason that geographers got here first and talked about it most, and I think it's to do with our relatively loose canon, eclectic approach, working on the here and now in a rather inquiring way, and trying to assemble stories of local specificities with reference to broader patterns of transformation. we're also somewhat faddish, and we kind of move into things quickly, and then we like to move beyond them. That's the most common word in a geography conference program, is beyond whatever we were doing in last year's conference. So geographers tend to move into things quickly, occupy the space, and then forget all about it and leave. And so that may be that we're doing that already with neoliberalism. It's also notable here that we may have finally passed peak neoliberalism, which happened 18 months ago or something like that, 2 years ago, at least in terms of the social science literature.
Well, is neoliberalism dead? Is also like
Yes, of course. So it's a strange social science keyword then that is completely out of sync with the historical process that it purportedly describes, and has got its own dynamics in the literature which themselves require some sort of explanation or comment. So we have here then a story about the travels and travails of what has often been a rather unloved and rascal concept that is really no less controversial now than it was decades ago. It's not that we're moving towards cleaning up this concept and making it tidier and modelable or anything like that. It remains as messy and controversial now as it did decades ago. So the notion of neoliberalism, I think, in the social sciences remains inconsistently theorized, still rather unevenly documented, although you'd say there has been a rather vast effort to measure and reflect on neoliberalizations in many, many different contexts over the last few decades. It's not like we haven't been working on this. There's a lot of work on it. Its uses in the literature, I think, are often rather flat. There are vulgar usages which are quite commonplace, and lots of binary applications of the term. Again, Isabella talked about this. The neoliberalism question doesn't have a yes or no answer, but often that's what is sought. There's other versions of that binary formulation of neoliberalism now but not then, or it was then but not now. Neoliberalism happened over there but not here. And so we've got all of these binary formulations are common here. And critiques and skepticism about the concept of neoliberalism often trade in the worst kinds of stereotypes of what it actually is. So they have sort of reductionist straw person versions of what neoliberalism is, and say, well, it's obviously not that because the state is acting. I mean, we still read articles that say this can't be neoliberalism because the state is present. I mean, you would just want to tear your hair out, really, at this kind of reference, but it's remarkably common. So, yeah, one of the ways in which neoliberalism remains a kind of dirty word in the academy, or not used in some respectable circles, is that it's kind of frequently knocked down by reference to some sort of flat-footed or vulgar formulation. If it doesn't look like David Harvey's account, then it can't be, etc. So it's also commonly used as a foil, and a sort of flat-footed rendering of the neoliberalism as the shrinking state, it's all markets and so on, is invoked as a foil against which to find differences. And so that creates a problematic relationship between a sort of inside of neoliberalism, which will be a pure, almost idealized version of how it would work, and a more messy outside. So this is, I think, a consequence of all sorts of non-relational readings of neoliberalism, which tend to code what happens outside it as resistance to or alternatives to neoliberalism, instead of problematizing the way in which neoliberal orders and techniques seep into their others and hybridize with them in complex ways. And that's its normal, that's its condition of existence, is that it blends with other stuff and mixes with it in a contradictory manner. There are no clear-cut definitions, boundaries between it and its others. And then we have the fatigue about neoliberalism, of course. On the one hand, it's a sort of incumbent or go-to explanation in lots of shorthanded accounts in the social sciences. And there's frequent impatience with that and declarations of its death of being commonplace, in my experience, at least since the early 1990s. What I used to say about this is that declarations of the death of neoliberalism are, to quote George W. Bush, they underestimate neoliberalism, which is, I think, is a great word, misunderestimation, because it both misspecifies and underestimates, and so that there is something about that, and this kind of desire to constantly declare the death and the passage of neoliberalism is one of the features of the literature for at least 25 years, in my experience, and I think it reflects this kind of discomfort with the concept. So I'm going to try to just pull together some of my arguments about what neoliberalism actually kind of is or can be seen as in the kind of work that I do. Referring to Polanyi, see it as a stark utopia that doesn't describe a realizable destination. So it's not describing a system that could ever exist. That's the one good news aspect of work on neoliberalism, is we'll never actually get there. However, that image of the utopian vision of where it might go does inspire and to a certain extent discipline those that might refer to the jumble of ideas that make up neoliberalism. They have some idea when they're on course and off course. And that's something that large parts of the left don't have and haven't had for a long time. So it provides a certain kind of discipline for certain kinds of thinkers and actors. So it nevertheless is associated with a directional project come complex, which is co-produced with what Bourdieu called strong discourses. So the discourses of neoliberalism are co-produced with its complex, wayward, actually existing multiple character. So everything is going on here at the same time. The ideational elements, the ideological elements, the institutional elements, and it's about the mixture of those things, not one or the other. So then neoliberalism doesn't define an end state, a model, or an ideal type, or a system, but in my view, a terrain of restructuring and transformation. It's more of an unsettlement than a settlement. It's not moving towards a settlement. That is a misreading of what it is. Hence, neoliberalization as the name for the transformation, not the name for the destination or the system. It is also a process of creative destruction. So this means that neoliberalism combines elements of rolling back things that it's against, alien state forms, social collectivities, and so on. It does this through deregulation and dismantling opposition to itself and so on. And coupled with being increasingly consumed with the rollout of its own systems of governance, flanking, experimentation, and so on in contexts of chronic policy failure and chronic renewal of policy. So if you look at the history of privatization and the way it moves into public-private partnerships and then mutations of that, this is not a straight line, straight from Hayek set of practices. It's evolved over the decades, become many different things and variegated in the real world. So because neoliberalism has got this kind of reactionary and proactionary elements, which are both parts of the package, both critical parts of the package, that means that its embeddedness in different social formations is never trivial or merely contextual. Because the battles that it wages against its enemies and the institutional reforms it has to conduct shape it in every place. So the fact that Thatcher went through the battles with the coal miners, the nurses, the steel workers, and so on, that produced one trajectory. Reagan didn't have those. He had the air traffic controllers. He had a different set of stories. So there's a different privatization story, a different deunionization story in those contexts. That's on the inside of those neoliberalizations. So it's not like just the same project pursued in different circumstances, and so it has a different flavor. It's got on its insides these battles against local enemies, local foes, and so on, which fundamentally shape it in all of its contexts. This means that each neoliberal transformation, I would argue, is conjuncturally specific in a constitutive and not merely contextual sense, even if they mobilize similar strategies, techniques, and discourses, as they very often do. So there'll be family resemblances across neoliberal reforms. Privatizations and deregulations and so on might have these echoes in different contexts, but they're being mobilized in these very different circumstances with different battle scars attached to them and so on. And they'll be in different sequences of reform and transformation. So, how long did it take for neoliberal reformers to get to welfare reform in the classical cases of the US and the UK, for example? It took decades, and it was Blair and Clinton that did a lot of that dirty work. Reagan and Thatcher didn't get anywhere close to the heartland issues of welfare reform, deep in those institutions that had to be transformed. It took decades, and it's still underway. So reform isn't an event. It's not something that takes place in the space of a year or two. These are multi-generational processes that are sequenced in different ways in different places, also with huge consequences for what neoliberalism, in scare quotes, actually is. And so you've got these multiple stories of transformation running not in sequence with one another, but somewhat intersecting, and feeding off one another unevenly as well. And it's that kind of uneven terrain, I think, which is what we are confronted with. I'm going to end on this slide. So what follows from this then is that local neoliberalizations are distinctive, they're incompletable, they're not moving towards some sort of consummation or completion. Therefore, they're not convergent, and yet at the same time they're interrelated. So it creates about as complex as an analytical terrain as you could want to face. And so this means that there are only conjunctural conditions of existence for variegated neoliberalism. It can only exist ontologically, it can only exist in hybrid forms. It can't stand on its own. There can never be a pure form. There was never an original, and there will never be an ending. So it's in this netherworld of hybridity and unhappy marriages with its others, which is almost the most common form of coexistence. I mean, we've had some nice images of marriage and divorce. I think every neoliberal relationship, yes, is an unhappy marriage with some other that they still have to share the house, and the neoliberal will never occupy the full terrain. The neoliberal has to be the kind of parasite that becomes dominant, but in some circumstances, but is never the whole story. So this means then we have to theorize neoliberalism with its others. If it's not complicated enough to do it on its own, there's also another partner there and other presences there. We can't abstract in a one-sided fashion, in a classically one-sided form of abstraction. We can't abstract neoliberalization from all these conjunctural contexts because it's a product of them in the multiple. For this reason, I think we need to think about different forms of conjunctural and conditional theorizing, which involve more than one dimension of abstraction at the same time. one-sided abstractions of neoliberalism are the worst renderings of it. I would argue we should only be in this world of multi-sided conjunctural accounts. So global neoliberalism may not be more than the sum of the parts of all those localizations, but it has emergent properties which are different to the sum of those parts. So there is a global presence of these processes, but it's not the ultimate form, and it doesn't determine anything below it and that sort of thing. It's constantly emergent. If you know Philip Michael's writings in world system theory and how he thinks about the global as constantly emergent through multiple intersecting conjunctural cases, I think that's how global neoliberalism exists, in this multiply emergent fashion. There is something going on up there, as it were, in the global scale, but it's not the ultimate form, and again, it's not moving to anything like convergence or completion. Even if there is neither an original nor an ultimate form, there are identifiable and, I would say, diagnostically significant histories and geographies of neoliberalisation. There's work for us to do, even if we are not going to be identifying this ultimate form or producing the crispest, most parsimonious theory of neoliberalisation. So this means, and this is where I'll stop, and perhaps we can have a discussion for the remainder of the time we've got, is therefore more of a question or problem space than it is an answer per se, calling for reflexive and historicised theorisation across cases, contexts, sites, situations, phases and periods, not reducing to any one of those, not regarding it as something diffusing from some original case, or having some moment in history when it crystallized then to be dismantled. It kind of doesn't really exist like that in the world, I would argue. And so the best we can do is to put cases, conditions and approaches in the same conversation, pretty much a metaphor for this meeting in some respects, and see them in interaction and see what is emergent from those multiple critiques of neoliberalisation, sort of echoing the way that it itself works in some respects. But it's got to be multi-conjunctural, because that is how it kind of exists. I think that has been part of the methodology for this great meeting, and I think that's why it's opened up different kinds of conversations about where we might go. So I shall stop there. Thank you.
Since I have the microphone, I'll take the chance to ask the first questions. There's two of them, one that I'd like to ask. The first is on this point of neoliberalism not being an ideal type. When you say that, you mean that should not be the final destination of our analysis, correct? Because one can, of course, produce an ideal type of neoliberalism. And one could argue that to track a hybridity or unhappy marriage requires one to do so in the first place. Otherwise, what is the identity of the husband and the wife that is entering this union, right? So that's one question I wanted to ask just methodologically. It's lovely to get to the messiness, but if you're suggesting that there are discrete unities that then become messy, isn't there a necessary step of identifying unity before one gets to messiness?
I'd say no.
Okay.
I don't think there is an ideal type. Can you do it?
Well, how does one identify the nature of the husband then in this marriage?
It's not always the same husband.
Okay.
But there are husbands with similar habits and reading habits.
Okay.
I don't want to go too far with this metaphor.
No, let's not.
But this, I mean, there have been renderings, for example, of the neoliberal state as an ideal type, which tends to be a kind of small state. I don't think that's the ideal type of it. I don't think that's the only place it lives. And because it doesn't only live in a sort of classically small state, we have to deal with the fact that it's living in Sweden as well as Hong Kong and so on, and that there are marriages in all of those places. Therefore, I think the ideal type. I mean, I don't like ideal type. I'm a critical realist, so I don't like them. Period. But I don't think it helps us with neoliberalism to say, I'm going to look at my case relative to an idealization that it doesn't exist anywhere and also couldn't, and does so much violence to the nature of the social process that's not helpful. It's not helpful to use that template. And I think it's not helpful to always hold actually existing neoliberalizations up against the road to serfdom or Thatcherism, to say they're all versions of that. It's kind of beyond this sort of template.
I mean, one could argue that you're doing what you accuse critics of doing, which is to produce a kind of straw person version of what that might look like and then dismiss that as an unproductive way of going about it. Right, in the sense that one doesn't have to come up with a simplistic ideal type. One can come up with a complex idea of the intent behind a particular set of policies. Anyway, it might be a place where we just differ, but let me ask the second question then, which is, so do you find yourself undeterred by sort of the last several years of geopolitical and geoeconomic transformation? I mean, even people like, I'm thinking of Adam Tooze or someone who's, taken relatively seriously the salience of neoliberalism as a kind of hegemonic language of politics anyway. And then asks himself, is this really something that we can see as hegemonic at the level of policy, at least in these high elite circles? I mean, do you simply think that neoliberalism is and neoliberalization is just as salient now as it was 15 years ago, as it was 20 years ago, as it was 30 years ago?
I'd say differently salient. And I was relatively late to feeling comfortable about calling it hegemonic. Maybe I would only do that in the early 2000s, and still with a certain kind of jumpiness. So as I've said, in some respects, I'd argue for a rather more modest notion of neoliberalization as this sort of ramifying process that's in constant mutation, albeit possibly with some cross-conjunctural dynamics, like the move towards more authoritarian, or return to more authoritarian modes of governance with neoliberalization, with a sort of third way in the middle of the sandwich. If we think of Chile at the start, the third way in the middle, and then we're now going back to more typical forms of authoritarian governance. I would say that that reflects, Stuart Hall believed that the third way was like the sort of best historical shell for selling the neoliberal project in the 1990s. I would say that best shell has been replaced by a sort of hard shell of authoritarian governance now, and we're less likely to be sold stories of neoliberal futures that are about how it's going to be better for us all, and more about a la austerity narratives. This is going to hurt me as much as it hurts you to do what we're doing next. It's going to be unpleasant for quite a long time, if not nearly ever. That's very different from saying there's a fantastic future that awaits. So we've got this more grim-faced version of neoliberalism now, which I think that's kind of a broader pattern across many, many cases, that the governance style is hardening and becoming more authoritarian, as opposed to that third way moment that preceded it.
But that implies in turn that it is a thing, and that thing is failing, at least by some sense or some metric, because it starts as the bright future and then it ends up as sort of the bleak one. So I'm wondering if there's a way to sort of reconcile this, which is perhaps something like this. Go back to the start as to where we both started, which was basically Britain in the 1980s, right? And you see a project. I mean, it really was quite clear. There's a bunch of people around Keith Joseph, whatever, had a certain set of ideas, hijacked the Tory party, got rid of Heath, right, and just went for it. And maybe they were bailed out by the Falklands or whatever, but there was definitely a coherence and a plan. So let's say that plan results in a series of processes there and otherwise, which privatize, integrate, liberalize, globalize, etc. And then it stops being an ism and becomes isation. And if the whole is different from the sum of the parts, which I totally agree with, that's going to constantly throw up new problems and new challenges, particularly if the project itself is internally incoherent, which it is. So I think there's a way which you can avoid having to have an ideal type. You can keep your critical realism if you want, but you can still have it as a project. But that project then gives way to a kind of permanent process, a politics, a process that continues until it gets to a point of crisis or whatever it happens to be.
Right.
So something like that.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think, and if it is a project, and just there was a time, and Quinn and I were talking about this yesterday. There was a time when you could kind of go to think tanks to find where the project was kind of being organised, and we've passed that time now. I think. There are still think tanks there, but they do different things, and it might be that the project is now visible in kind of late institutional forms of deep reform. I don't know. I've thought about this in different policy fields and so on that have their own dynamics, like social policy and the movement into conditional cash and then possibly unconditioned cash. You can see these sort of waves in different policies, and I think it's not necessarily the same. That it doesn't necessarily apply to every policy field simultaneously, and some of the more difficult stuff like education policy, health, and so on is being handled much later than the easier stuff of the simple sell-offs of state-owned. So there's where projectness lives, and how it becomes articulated has changed a lot. And therefore, the status of ideas in the whole project is very different, and it becomes possibly more seat of the pants now. Possibly, I've described the dynamic of neoliberalisation as failing forward. Each round of institutional and experimental failure, to a certain extent, begets the next one. And even the architects of the experiments don't necessarily know how they're going to bounce out into the next one. But there's a certain social policy failure seems to have its own sort of rhythms. Policy failure in economic development and others have their own rhythms. So there's things we can understand about the cultures of those policy spheres that perhaps we can see dynamics. But it's not like there's a sort of master plan in the think tank that's a kind of quick way of figuring out what's going on. As I said to Quinn, when I interviewed Mads and Piri of the Adam Smith Institute, he said that we used to be, in the early Thatcher years, the motorcycle outriders of the political cortege. We were out there in front, we were saying things that the ministers wouldn't say for a year or two. We'd tried out, we were the vanguard and we were in front of them. And I don't think any think tank could claim anything remotely like that anymore. They're kind of following behind, trying to rationalise things that are already happening, and so where you find the project changes.
Yeah, thank you so much for the really, really interesting presentation. I'm interested in a lot of things that you mentioned, but particularly this argument about global neoliberalism and its emergent properties. So I feel that so far from the past 2 days that the panelists have mostly been talking about how the neoliberal reforms takes its concrete form in each different cases, and we also try to compare across different cases. But I feel that we probably could haven't discussed more about how each of the neoliberal projects reinforce each other. In the sense that one example that I had in mind was that China's own neoliberal project, and later its participation into the World Trade Organization, providing really subject its own labor reserve army pool, like all the cheap resources, to the world capital, in a way. Thank you. In a way, helped the West and U.S. particularly, right, to further their own neoliberal project. To allow them to attack labor even more without worry about backlash and all that. So in that sense, I think the overall neoliberal project, especially from the global perspective, has worked very well from the perspective of the capital. It has always been worked very well from the perspective of the capital. But as you said, they run into their own contradiction that right now we are hearing, from the US, from the West in general, that they're blaming the contradictions on using too much foreign labor, both domestic immigrants or outsourcing and all that, right? But capital is always immune from this kind of critique. So in that sense, do you think that, I agree with you on the statement that there's very messy process within each country in its own neoliberal project. In the Chinese term, we are all just feeling the rocks when crossing the river, right? But is there a very rational, conscious kind of plan, the neoliberal plan, that's actually above the nation-state boundary, but in the form of the global coalition of capital that has been guiding the whole process in a way that is always working well for certain class? And so to that sense, in terms of just launching a war against the labor, neoliberal project has been doing really, really well for the past 30 years. And in that sense, even domestically, there could be messy process, ad hoc policy response and all that. But from the global perspective, it's just, it's a rather smooth transition in that sense. So even if China, say, didn't join the World Trade Organization in the 2001, right? India probably could have been the China in that sense, right? So there's always a way to figure that things out. So I wonder your thoughts on that.
Well, I suppose the global disciplining of labour, this maybe echoes some of the points that have been made about the role of inflation already. When you're doubling the world labour supply for capitalist production, you've got the wind at your back if you're trying to discipline labour, because there's been a massive global increase, doubling of the size of the global workforce since the 1980s. So supply and demand suggests that it's not a good time for labour, and policies that reinforce those conditions are likely to be more successful under those circumstances. In terms of how we might read the kind of global projectness of neoliberalism, you could imagine a meeting like this where everybody was presenting on different multilateral and international manifestations of these projects, which might be networks, it might be something on the IMF or Davos, and you'd want as diverse a room of this, looking at all of those different kinds of institutions and networks and stuff like that. So I don't think there's a single place where the global project lives, gets validated, and where they're checking off so far so good towards this ultimate destination. But it does have this kind of haphazard movement in the direction that you describe.
There have been moments, though, when that's been more true. I mean, I'm thinking the heyday of the World Economic Forum, the sort of the Blair moment. I mean, all of the forces were pushing in one direction. I mean, particularly sort of for the financial sector in certain countries. I mean, there really was nothing else going on. It was just one way, and that was it.
Right. And so I think just as the neoliberalizations are piling up, so are the contradictions piling up. So, yeah. And this is why I don't like the sort of pendulum, even though I'm a recovering Polanyian. I don't like the pendulum metaphor of kind of regulation moving backwards and forwards, social protest moving back and forwards, because we never go back. History doesn't go backwards, so it can't be a pendulum. It kind of lurches cumulatively on the back of the last round of contradictions. And so the way that they kind of stack up, and the current posture of China in the global system and all of this, that is all historically different to things we've seen at earlier phases. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm working on the Greater Bay Area as a place where you can actually it's the San Andreas fault of the global the world system, I think, in some respects, runs through the South China, and that's where you see kind of systemic and intersystemic friction at some of its highest contemporary manifestations at the present time. And it's hard to know where that's going to work out. You know, what's the status of Hong Kong? Is Hong Kong going to de-financialise? If it was, in some respects, the most hyper-neoliberalised, idealised economy the world has ever seen, and Milton Friedman's favourite and all that sort of thing, what category is the place in now, Hong Kong? The future's collapsed there. It certainly isn't a neoliberal future. And its absorption into the Chinese project is also going to be enormously contradictory. And how it gets absorbed into the, scare quotes, more neoliberalised part of the Chinese growth model in Guangdong, and where that sits in Xi's overall programme and where Guangdong sits in the party state structure, all contradictory. And so that's so unpredictable what will happen in that part of the world. One thing we know is it's not going to resemble the past. That seems to be out of the question. So you've got real systemic instability, I think.
We have to finish at 1:30 for people to go to the airport, so let's make this
which
the last
includes
question.
me.
Yeah, make this the last question.
Just about jumping quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All right, you get the last question, you don't.
Oh no, okay, Cornell, you go.
Come on.
I'll send an email. No. Just do a quick one. Just do a quick. Both quick.
Okay, two really quick questions. First question, connecting to what Quinn was saying, if it's not an idea type, apparently, but there is a reference to a neoliberal utopia, right? Then what is that utopia? I mean, there's some content to that utopia. First question. Second question, I think we can all agree that there's no simple death of neoliberalism, just like socialists hope for the simple death of capitalism never happened, right? So we have been kind of waiting for that for probably more like 180 years or so, and it's not happening, right? But nevertheless, there is some sort of a new juncture. And going back to what both you and Mark were saying, that basically initially your motivation to think about things came out of this anti-Thatcherite type of momentum, right? I mean, at that point, not as academic neoliberalism studies, if I understand correctly, but out of that like juncture, right? Mm-hmm. Now, many people are arguing that the current moment has a lot of parallels with the 1970s, and I think the neoliberals have a very clear narrative on how they are reading the 1970s in order to make sure that neoliberalism is not going to die. So if neoliberalism studies also has some sort of a component of critique of neoliberalism, then what is it that it can give us to not, I mean, in that like very real battle over the next churn of neoliberalism, if you want so. Mm-hmm. Not sure if this was a simple question.
No, it wasn't. But first of all, on the I think the utopia did exist, but it's not the same as an ideal type. It's a kind of a vision of the future. There was a guy in the Heritage Foundation articulated it to me once when I interviewed him. He says the way that we see the future is that there's an ocean of sun-drenched ocean of individual freedoms on the horizon. We're in a boat going down a meandering river, or the political class is in a boat going down a meandering river. Hopefully towards that future, the work of the think tanks is to shore up the banks of the river, make sure it doesn't overflow, and try to keep the boat just moving downstream towards that destination, roughly speaking. And the venal folks on the boat in Congress and so on will always be jumping in different directions. And that's what they do, politicians. So it's our job to build the levees and try to keep this boat traveling more or less in that direction. Now, whether this same guy would still see that sunlit ocean of pure freedoms in the future, I'm now rather sceptical about. So I think the utopias died for them. So I don't think they've got the same playbook as they had in the 80s. And I think they know that. And so they don't have anything like such a decent guide as they used to. So what does that mean now that to a certain extent their own idealized future, which they'd probably recognize they were never going to get there anyway, what are the implications of that collapsing, the neoliberals' own vision of the future collapsing, and this embrace of a much more austere world of authoritarian governance? And I don't know, but I don't think it's the same vision as before. What do we do, as it were, studying critical studies of neoliberalism at this moment? I think each death has been different. So in 2008, I was arguing that neoliberalism was entering the zombie stage at that point, where it had died from the neck up, and it had lost the capacity for intellectual and moral leadership in 2008. But the limbs were still moving, and they were largely doing the same kind of things, albeit without a brain or a soul. And I think the zombie phase now we're towards the end of that. I don't think they've made the movie yet about what happens after the zombie phase is over. But I think that phase may be also coming to an end. And so one of the things that we might be doing collectively in the critical study of neoliberalism is figuring, and this is to a certain extent Cornell's question he's raised a number of times about the nature of the end and how do we know, and I think this is vital to think about. Even if we don't think the end is going to be kind of definitive, wake up one morning and it's all gone. It won't be like that. And I'll also argue that I've been fairly convinced since 2008 that the end won't be a cataclysmic single crisis. It'll be a slowly metabolizing conjuncture of crises and years and years of neoliberalism being exceeded and outflanked by its others. Like the balance in the marriage is changing, and that's and these are many different marriages, not one. So all of those kind of household disputes are going to get resolved in different sorts of ways. And so, I think I always thought that neoliberalism would end by it being sort of exhausted and exceeded, not that it would go up in some massive catastrophe. I used to say the Big Bang would be a financial crisis that actually hit London and New York, and then we had actually did that. So, oh shit, well, it's obviously not going to be that ending. And so I think actually, because neoliberalism doesn't exist as a singular, coherent thing, it can't fail or end in that way. It'll end in this kind of diffuse, anticlimactic moment of, and so in terms of opposition to it and what's a critical social scientist to do, to a certain extent, every one of these little battles is important. You never know which one might be decisive, and whether things like UBI are intermediate achievements towards a future that's unclear. I wouldn't write off any of these avenues personally. I don't think there's a better. I don't think there's a single way to sort of speculate about the end. There'll be hundreds of ways.
And on that happy note, by hundreds of ways.
Toilets without sewers.
Alright, well, your car's going to be there at 1:35, so we've got a few minutes. Just to say thank you to everyone for coming. When I started, this is the first live event here since hell started, and we seem to be out of it now. It's great. It's been a fabulous conversation. There never was an agenda. There never was a sort of and now we do a speciality or any of that sort of stuff, right? One of the things that we do actually do after these things, Rhodes, and it's worked quite well, is we take the conversation online as a group, and then we see how far it goes. And you don't have to do it every month or whatever, we can ad hoc organise it. We have one on early American money. It's been going for 3 years. We have one on central banks and democracy. People come in, come out, you can bring your friends, right? We just talk about what we'd like to do. So it becomes a kind of online salon, and I could really see this working for this group, right? Very low commitment. I mean, once every 6 weeks, 2 months, you get together, somebody brings some work in progress, and we just chat about it. And particularly for the younger scholars, it's a really good networking thing, because it keeps you in touch with people that you've met, rather than it just being a one iteration game. So I'd be perfect, if anybody wants to take that up on that mantle, I'm perfectly willing to field that and get it set up and all that sort of stuff. And then if you decide to go do a special issue, that's great, that's what young people need to do. I'm old, I don't give a shit. So that's that.
Yeah, thank you everybody so much. I think even it exceeded my expectations, which are already pretty high, based on who we knew were coming. And I just feel like reinvigorated, rejuvenated, so thank you for all of your work and your effort. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Long suffering, allowing us some coffee through all of this.